नमस्कार। वैसाख बुद्ध पूर्णिमा दिवस 2020 में हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। आज का दिन अति महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि इसी दिन भगवान बुद्ध का जन्म हुआ, उन्हें बुद्धत्व प्राप्त हुआ और उनका महापरिनिर्वाण हुआ। Good morning. On behalf of the International Buddhist Confederation, in association with Bodh Gaya Temple Management Committee, IBC chapters, Sakyadhita International Association of Buddhist Women and several partner organizations, we welcome you to virtual Vesak Buddha Poornima Diwas celebrations 2020 and the Global Prayer Week. This program is supported by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. May 7th, that is today, is the triple blessed day of Vesak Buddha Poornima, the day of Buddha's birth, enlightened awakening and Mahaparinirvana. Due to COVID-19, mass celebrations are not possible this year. Yet, the need for prayers and refuge in the blessings of Triple Gem is greater than ever before. This event brings unique opportunity to witness and virtually participate in the ceremonies and prayers from the most sacred sites of Buddhist Dharma. The event is also being dedicated as a global prayer week starting today, praying for the victims and those recovering from COVID-19 and honoring the medical professionals, the first responders in the front line of humanity's fight back against the pandemic. I will be joined by Dharmacharya Shantam Seth for narration. He is a teacher in the Zen Buddhist lineage of the Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh. He has been teaching in India and across the world. He is the founder of the Ahimsa Trust that brings mindfulness in education and has been a leading acclaimed Buddha path pilgrimages in the footsteps of Buddha for over 30 years. I first invite Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya, Secretary General IBC India, to welcome you all.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I welcome you all today to this virtual celebration of Buddha Poornima, which is celebrated at different places in different countries of the world. This occasion is a very important occasion which marks three very important events in the life of Sakyamuni the Buddha. His birth, attainment of Buddhahood, and the passing away, Mahaparinirvana. Today, the 7th May 2020, we are given an occasion to celebrate, unlike previous years, keeping our social distance, maintaining our distance wherever we are. Physically, there may be distance, but we are connected spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and with all positive energies. I take this opportunity to appreciate and thank all the organizations, institutions, and monasteries and individuals who have helped and cooperated to make this virtual celebration of Buddha Poornima a success. There will be live streaming of different programs taking place today at Bodh Gaya, Lumbini, Kushinagar, Anuradhapura of Sri Lanka, Colombo, Shwedagon Pagoda, Yangon, and many other places the whole day through FB, IBC WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, and many other online platforms. I would also thank everyone for watching this online Buddha Poornima celebration. I wish everyone practice metta, karuna, mudita, and upekha, the four sublime qualities of a noble person. May all beings be happy, safe, and peaceful.
We now take you to Tripura for Pali chanting by monks of Dhammadeepa Buddhist Institute, Tripura, India.
Good morning everyone. Welcome to virtual Vesak Day celebration 2020. We are here to chant Mangalagathas for health, wealth, safety, peace, and auspiciousness to be experienced by all. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Dutiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami, Tatiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddha, Vijacharana sampanno sukhato lokavido, Anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati, Satta deva manusanam buddho ายปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามีจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยะถาจัตตาริปุริสยุกานิอัตถปุริสปุกละเอสะภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุริโยปาหุริโยนาคินิโยอัญจลิการณิโยอนุตตรังปุญญเกตังโลกัสสติเอวังบุตตังสรันตานังธัมมสังฆังจภิกขวะมยังวาจาปิตาตังวะโลมังโสนะอิสติภวตุสัพพมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพพุทธานุภาเวนะสัตตสุติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพธัมมานุภาเวนะสัตตสุติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพสังฆานุภาเวนะสัตตสุติภวันตุเตอิมินาปุญญากัมมินามาเมภาสมาฆโมสัตตังสมาฆโมตุยาวันนิพพานปัตติยาอิดามิปุญญากัมมาอาสวัคยังวันโหตุนิพพานัสสะปัจจโยโหตุสาธุสาธุสาธุ
I now invite Venerable Jangchop Chodan Khensu Rinpoche, Deputy Secretary General IBC India, for his welcome address.
Hello, good morning, all the dignitaries and brothers and sisters. Today, gathering here on this very special occasion, on this virtual platform that is provided to us by IBC. Thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to do some chantings, and I do hope you will like it. Kangi toze nyerson ne dawa tamje pangbe chir 담배 주니 된제 방고담 테라 차테로 장주 샘조 림보지 마게 바나마 게규르지 게와 냠바 메바다 고네 공도 배바라이쇼 기나 대와 소송오 펜데 남카 강와라이쇼 도나 꾼기 동에 kur 동에 갸소 깜바라이쇼 대난제스 라마도제.
We now have for you Mahayan chanting by monks of Gandhan Takchengli Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhist, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia.
higa shodanin det nogotan biber avrada tolmay aytam menin ultadır buday ulsun boyen gitgerer antne dosen dolam burhamut vaqtuğay burhamnam higa shodanin det nogotan biber ultalbi avrada tolmay aytam menin ultadır buday ulsun boyen gitgerer antne dosen dolam burhamut vaqtuğay Çoğuydu, torulbi, arulatunma, azrağızın sputni, tosunlar mençerlama, emni boyanda olmasızma, ağu burhuni bati kurdu, setilde merema, burhannam, hige şodani, dedi, bati kurdu, bigetirma, uğru bustin dosi, tekin, tol, konu batin setildi, usul şuldi, açın butin setildi, usul şuldi, kuntin bustin bim, saçım uğruma, Setgül sakristan değil batin yaptara samney Akti tusin toda borhumutur vatuay Hamagami tanamadan hige ramadani Şathandu vatugudur vatuay Hamagami tanamadan şathandu vahapsa vatuay Hamagami savdan uven amadan duvamuda hapsa vatuay Hamagami varhan orada taşa hayradı vahapsan dik sorar
We are fortunate to have received a reading of the Vesak message by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, patron IBC and ABCP. Reading of the message will be done by Dharmacharya Shantam Set. We are fortunate to have received a reading of the Vesak message by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, patron IBC and ABCP. Reading of the message will be done by Dharmacharya Shantam Set.
This is the message from His Holiness the Dalai Lama for Vesak 2020. Ashok. Ashok, come on. Okay. Sorry, Ashok. This is the message from His Holiness the Dalai Lama for Vesak 2020.
Reading of the Vesak message by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, patron IBC and ABCP. Reading of the message will be done by Dharmacharya Shantam Set. Ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to establish connection with Dharmacharya Shantam Set. Kindly give us a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Greetings to Buddhist brothers and sisters across the world who are joining together on this occasion in a virtual celebration of Vesak, organized by the International Buddhist Conference. Vesak 2020. Shakyamuni Buddha was born in Lumbini, attained enlightenment in Bodh Gaya, and passed away in Kushinagar 2,600 years ago. Yet I believe his teaching is universal and continues to be relevant today. Moved by a deep sense of concern to help others, following his enlightenment, the Buddha spent the
I'm sorry we are unable to establish connection with Dharmacharya Shantam Set. We will, however, continue with His Holiness the Dalai Lama's message. And now I invite the most venerable Kotugoda Dhammavasa Mahanayakethero, Supreme Patriarch of Sri Amarapura Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka and patron IBC.
අපේ රටේ ජනතාවට පමණක් නොව ලෝකේ පුරාම මේ අභාග්‍ය සම්පන්න වෙලාවේදී කොරෝනා රෝගය පැතිරිලා තිබෙනවා. අපට වඩා බොහොම බලවත් ඇමරිකාව, එංගලන්තය, ප්‍රංශය, ජර්මනිය ඔය ආදී සෑම රටකම මේ රෝගය පැනදිලා ජනතාව ඉතාමත් දුකට පත්වලා ඉන්න වෙලාවයි. මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනාවක් කරනවා රටේ ජනතාවටත් ලෝක ජනතාවටත් සිතක් ශාන්තියක් වේවා. ඒ සඳහා මේ පිටි දේශනා කරනවා භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලා. ඒ වගේම තව නොයෙක් විදිහේ ධාර්මික කටයුතු කරන ඒ පුණ්‍ය භවයෙන් රටටම ජනතාවටම සිතක් ශාන්තියක් වේවා.
I now invite His Holiness Thích Sri Quang, Supreme Patriarch of the Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam, and patron IBC.
Nam mô Bản sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật. Kính gửi chư tôn túc hòa thượng, thượng tọa, ni trưởng, ni sư, đại đức tăng ni, cư sĩ Phật tử Việt Nam ở trong nước và ở nước ngoài. Trong một ngày trăng tròn cách đây 2644 năm, một con người bất diệt của thế giới đã thị hiện, đó là Đấng Như Lai chính đẳng chính giác Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật. Ngài là một con người phi thường xuất hiện trên thế gian này vì lợi ích cho số đông, vì hạnh phúc cho số đông, vì lòng bi mẫn, vì sự tốt đẹp, vì lợi ích và hạnh phúc cho chư thiên và loài người. Kỷ niệm ngày đản sanh của Ngài là khoảng thời gian thiêng liêng nhất mà tất cả chúng ta tôn vinh tư tưởng giáo lý và những giá trị đạo đức vượt thời gian của chính Pháp, Tứ Thánh Đế và con đường diệt khổ được minh chứng bằng thực tế lịch sử cuộc đời của Đức Phật. Để dạy người dân Bạc Kỳ chống giặc, xây dựng đất nước được cường thịnh, Đức Phật đã chỉ dạy Ngài A Nan: Này A Nan, khi nào nhân dân nước Bạc Kỳ tụ họp trong niệm đoàn kết, giải tán trong niệm đoàn kết và làm việc trong niệm đoàn kết, này A Nan, nhân dân nước Bạc Kỳ sẽ được cường thịnh, không bị suy giảm. Này A Nan, khi nào nhân dân nước Bạc Kỳ không tự ý ban hành những luật lệ không được ban hành, không hủy bỏ những luật lệ đã được nhà nước ban hành, sống đúng với truyền thống của người dân Bạc Kỳ như đã ban hành thuở xưa, này A Nan, nhân dân nước Bạc Kỳ sẽ được cường thịnh, không bị suy giảm. Những lời dạy của Đức Phật về sự đoàn kết, sự đồng thuận xã hội đó được ghi trong Kinh Trường Bộ, Phẩm Đại Bát Niết Bàn vẫn còn nguyên giá trị cho chúng ta ngày hôm nay, khi nhân loại đang phải đương đầu với đại dịch Covid-19, đương đầu với virus corona, chủng mới SARS-CoV-2 đã hoành hành trên toàn cầu, tác động sâu sắc và làm ảnh hưởng nghiêm trọng đến mọi mặt đời sống xã hội của tất cả các quốc gia, dù là vô hình và siêu nhỏ. Song SARS-CoV-2 đã làm cho hơn 2 triệu người bị nhiễm bệnh và hàng vạn người tử vong. Nó đã thực sự làm cho thế giới lâm vào khủng hoảng sâu sắc. Nhân loại thực sự phải thức tỉnh trước đại dịch này. Mỗi quốc gia, mỗi công dân của một đất nước đều phải trở về với hành động chính niệm trong sự tỉnh thức, nhìn nhận về văn hóa sinh hoạt, về ý thức đồng thuận trong xã hội và trên hết là phải học tập theo các công dân Bạc Kỳ thời Đức Phật. Nhân mùa Phật đản năm nay, trước đại dịch Covid-19, thay mặt Ban Thường trực Hội đồng Chứng minh, tôi có lời tán thán chư tôn đức tăng ni, các chùa và cơ sở từ viện trong cả nước, đồng bào Phật tử Việt Nam ở trong nước và nước ngoài đã tin tưởng, đồng thuận, nhiệt tình hưởng ứng lời kêu gọi của Đảng, Nhà nước, Chính phủ, Mặt trận Tổ quốc Việt Nam trong công tác phòng chống dịch bệnh, chấp hành tốt các quy định, hướng dẫn chuyên môn của Bộ Y tế, ngăn ngừa sự lây nhiễm trong phòng chống dịch Covid-19. Đặc biệt, tăng ni đã có nhiều thời khóa nhất tâm tụng niệm, cầu bình an hàng ngày, hồi hướng, năng lượng thiện lành, niềm tin vững chắc, chung tay đẩy lùi dịch bệnh, tiêu tan sớm, ổn định cuộc sống bình an. Đồng thời, giáo hội cũng đã có sự phát tâm đóng góp kịp thời, tham gia tích cực lời hiệu triệu tinh thần tương thân tương ái của Thủ tướng Chính phủ, cuộc vận động toàn dân ủng hộ phòng chống dịch Covid-19 của Đoàn Chủ tịch Ủy ban Trung ương Mặt trận Tổ quốc Việt Nam phát động. Để báo đáp thù ân của Đấng Từ Phụ Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật, tôi mong muốn toàn thể chư tôn đức tăng ni, cư sĩ, đồng bào Phật tử Việt Nam ở trong nước và nước ngoài bằng cách hành động thiết thực, đóng góp sức mình cùng toàn xã hội vượt qua khó khăn, thách thức để tiếp tục xây dựng đất nước Việt Nam vững mạnh, phát triển trên mọi lĩnh vực của đời sống xã hội. Kính chúc chư tôn đức, tăng ni và đồng bào Phật tử kỷ niệm ngày Vesak Phật lịch 2564 năm nay, mặc dù giữa thảm họa bi kịch của nhân loại, nhưng vẫn có được niềm an ủi từ thông điệp từ bi bao la của Đức Phật và luôn an lạc trong chính Pháp. Nam Mô Thường Tinh Tiến Bồ Tát Ma Tát, Đức Pháp Chủ Giáo hội Phật giáo Việt Nam, Trưởng lão Hòa Thượng Thích Phổ Tuệ ấn ký.
We now have for you chanting by Ani Choin Rolma, UNICEF Global Ambassador, founder Abbas Nuns Welfare Foundation of Nepal, and also IBC Global Envoy.
Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dharmam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dharmam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dharmam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. On this very auspicious day, I would like to pay my homage to all the enlightened Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, to all and everyone in the Mahasangha. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude and congratulations to International Buddhist Confederation for making such an effort to organize this very virtual celebration of Buddha Poornima all over the world. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this. As we are all going through this very special experience in our life because of coronavirus, COVID-19, we are not able to celebrate this very auspicious day physically together, but still we can celebrate it virtually, thanks to the technology. It's really sad, so many people around the world losing their precious lives. So many people who are infected are afraid of losing their lives, precious lives. And those who are not infected are afraid of being infected. So much anxiety, so much pain, so much grief are in the air these days. I truly pray with the blessing of all the enlightened beings, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, all the compassionate living beings. May we be able to pacify all the pains, griefs, and anxiety from this COVID-19 very soon. And we get to learn the actual lesson that we really are supposed to learn from this experience. So everyone, I pledge you to stay safe, take good care of yourself, and take good care of people around you. Thank you so much.
Due to local disturbances, authorities in Nepal have banned the use of internet. Hence, we are unable to bring to you live streaming of ceremonies and prayers from Lumbini. Whenever we receive footage of the same, we shall show it to you. We now have for you address by His Eminence Sayadaw Dr. Asin Nesara, founder, Sitago International Buddhist Academy, Myanmar, and past president of IBC.
Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. May all blessings be with you forever. By the power of a Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. On this great auspicious occasion, on this Buddha's Day, I would like to send a message to the world. Lord Buddha, our Lord Buddha, was born 623 years before Jesus Christ. At the age of 35, he eradicated all of impurity and defilement. He penetrated the fold of truth, attained the enlightenment, became the Buddha. At the age of 80, 43 BC, he passed away, passed into Poornima. He lived for 45 years. Within 45 years, what he taught only the Dhamma. Dhamma is neither religion nor any kind of ism, but it is a technique how to search for realistic nature and true nature within ourselves. As long as we cannot find out the truth within ourselves, we cannot solve any problem of the life. In this Dhamma, Buddha expounded root of all of sorrow, suffering, and even the diseases, famine, fighting, killing, etc. Lobha, greed. This is a source of famine, thirsty and hungry. Dosha. This is the source of fighting and killing. Moha. This is the source of diseases. Labustaya, Vajaya, Tobikandra Kapohoti. If there is more and more separate, more and more increase, the greed or lobha, the world will be faced the famine, thirsty and hungry. If in this world, dosa, the hatred increase, separate. Because of dosa, the people who are living in the world is fighting and killing. Battles will appear. Moha, delusion, ignorance. It is a source of disease. Ladies and gentlemen, now in this world, corona, viral diseases spread all over the world. It is source is delusion or illusion or ignorance. Buddha already expounded in his Dhamma. If we want to be liberated from diseases, we must reduce our ignorance. If we want to liberate it from the battle and fighting, we must reduce or control our hatred. If we want to liberate it from famine, thirsty, hungry, we shall control our greed, our thirsty craving. So in Buddhist teaching, clearly mentioned, greed, hatred, delusion. These three things are root of all kind of suffering, sorrow, danger in this world. Therefore, I would like to extend, first of all, my loving kindness and compassion. Dukkha baddha cha nidukkha, bhaya baddha cha nibhaya, soga baddha cha nisoga, hondu sabbepi panino. Dukkha baddha cha nidukkha, may all beings who are in danger, who are in suffering, be liberated from suffering by the power of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. May all beings who are in sorrow and suffering be liberated from sorrow and suffering by the power of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. May all beings who are in danger be liberated from danger by the power of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. May all beings who are in sorrow, suffering, danger, be liberated from such a kind of, even the kind of diseases by the power of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. This is my first message sent into whole world who are in sorrow and suffering because of viral diseases. I would like to ask all of my dear Buddhist brother and sister, within 45 years of Buddha Dhamma, Buddha taught the Dhamma. As long as this Dhamma existing in this world, we should regard Buddha still exists. Dhamma is our teacher, our guide. So, my dear brothers and sisters, to preserve this Dhamma, to permanently exist, and longevity of this Dhamma, we should learn, we shall practice. As long as we are learning and practicing this Dhamma, our teacher will be exist, the Buddha. As a Buddhist, we regard the Dhamma as our teacher, the Buddha. Now this is very important, to preserve, to maintain, to protect, to prevent this Dhamma in this world. For longevity of this Dhamma, for long last, to be long last, this Dhamma in this world. systematically learning is very important. Nowadays, there are many Buddhist centers throughout the world. I would like to urge all of my dear Buddhist brothers and sisters to preserve the Dhamma, to maintain this Dhamma, to guard our Lord Buddha. We shall learn thoroughly in detail according to the Buddha's teaching. Nothing added, any artificial new idea into Tipitaka. Nothing removing any original teaching and instruction of the Lord Buddha. Nothing changes. Nothing rewrite into modern style. We shall learn as taught by the Buddha himself. Nothing added a new idea. Nothing removing any original teaching. Nothing rewriting into new style. We should learn, we should practice, we should train as the origin of the Buddha. This is the preservation of the Dhamma. This is the protection of the Dhamma. This is the maintaining of the Dhamma. On this 2,564 years Buddhist anniversary, to commemorate the Buddha's day, Vesak Poornima. Buddha was born on this very Vesak Poornima. Buddha attained the enlightenment, became the Buddha on this very Vesak Poornima. Buddha passed into Poornima, passed away. On this very full moon day of Vesak Poornima. Therefore, on this threefold sacred day of the Lord Buddha, I would like to send this message to all of my dear brothers Buddhists, or my dear sisters Buddhists, to commemorate the sacred day of the Lord Buddha. In the conclusion, I would like to share my knowledge with you by chanting last word of the Buddha. Handadani Bhikkhave Amandayami wo Vayadama Sankara Appamadena Samparita. Handa Hin Sotaya. Now, I would like to tell you last word, my last word. Vayadama Sankara, all of compounded and conditioned things constantly flux. All of compounded and conditioned things constantly flux. Appamadena Samparita. Therefore, to complete your task, what are our tasks? To complete Sila, to complete Samadhi, to complete Panya, to attain completely Sila, Samadhi, Panya. We should watch with mindfulness carefully the nature of conditioned thing and compounded thing. Apamadena Sampadita. May all of you be peaceful and happy. Thank you very much.
And now we've established connection with Dharmacharya Shantam Seth, so it's over to him for his comments.
Carefully, the nature of conditionally and compounded thing. Apamadena Sampadita. May all of you be peaceful and happy. Thank you very much.
And now we've established connection with Dharmacharya Shantam Seth, so it's over to him for his comments.
No, thank you, Sadhana ji, and thank you, Ashim Sitagu Sayadaw. We are very blessed to have such great venerables sharing their messages today with us. He is the head of the Sitagu Buddhist Academy and also one of the prime meditation teachers of Myanmar today. Of course, it is very unfortunate that we could not get the live feed from Lumbini. As we know, Lumbini is the birthplace of our common teacher, the Buddha. In many traditions, we say that he was born in the year 563 before the Common Era. Other traditions have other sayings. But it is also said that when he was born, the story is that when he was born, he took 7 steps underneath a lotus bloom. This is partly a metaphorical story, and some people believe it. And in that, he then put the hand up in the air, off the ground.
First, I'm putting it on
Last moment of
the dot PHP. There has to be the dot.
today because of the internet ban in Nepal is a symbolic way of offering perfumed water and getting the blessings of the great enlightened one. So some people celebrations with all of us.
And now we have for you, addressed by His Holiness the 37 Drikung Chatsang Kyap Gong Rinpoche, Supreme Head of the Drikung Order.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Tagye tuji shagye rizo chung, shangye medo duki bongjo. Sri Buddha bu jibe gu, shagye gyewe shangla ku jatse. Most respect all the Sangharaja of international Buddhist community, and respect IBC General Secretary Venerable Dr. Dharmapiya, the respect government official and distinguished guests, and Dhamma friends. It is my pleasure to attend here the IBC organized online celebration of Vesak, the Buddha Poornima today. I am feel very fortunate. I am still alive and to celebrate the Vesak, the Buddha Poornima. The Poornima is the 15th of day, which is the full moon day. So that is you all know the full moon, that is the Buddha Shakyamuni, which is born in Lumbini. It's a birthday. And also the Buddha Shakyamuni enlightenment and the Buddhikaya day. So Tibetan tradition and the 15th day is all the Buddha birth, enlightenment, and Parinirvana, all in this day. But you look at earlier the history, the India, and both in Sri Lanka, they considering the Buddha's Parinirvana day is not full moon, it's half moon, which is the one we go in many Asia Buddhist countries celebrate in that. So that is, we have a very good record. That is 800 years ago, the famous scholar for the Panchen Shakyashiri, which is from the Kashmiri. Before he went to the Tibet, so he went to the Sri Lanka and see the famous Arhata, and then he went to Tibet. Then Tibet, and then when southern Tibet, place called Sona Tangpuche, where did he count when is the Buddha's the Parinirvana day? And that was 1207. And he said that is the 7th midnight. So Buddha has passed away, 7th of half moon. So which is last week in many celebrated. So midnight, that can be 12 o'clock and can be 7th or 1 minute, maybe past 12, it will be 8. And also from Asia, this area, and India, they also have the different location. Also they have time different. However, they did in all the millions of the Buddhists celebrate in the Vesak, and 8 from today, the many all they did in the best offering, thousands of flowers, thousands of the lambs, and they are offering best offer to the celebration of Vesak. Of course, this time it's not like earlier, we cannot get big gathering, but I very appreciate the IBC doing this celebration. So we are all, although we cannot go outside big gathering, but we are all from bottom of heart to celebrate the Buddha's birthday. So I also like to take this opportunity not only celebrate the Vesak, at the same time also I request Buddha and Arahata, the Bodhisattvas, to blessings those who died by the during the last 3 months and the COVID-19 pandemic people. I also like to those who in hospitalized, as well as the relief suffering for those in families. So in this we actually is nature, the sickness. The Buddha always saying the sickness, suffering, death, it is nature of our samsara. So this also not only the sickness, disease, the first time, we not long ago, in 1918, also Spanish flu, it also caused 50 million people dead. Now we have only 1 million dead. So, of course, everybody have fears, scares, but because scares cannot solve the problem. But what we important to we practically, we have to keep distance. We avoid many public. Even in your house, also keep 1 or 2 meters. That is the best way to do instead of you doing in some fears. So I take this opportunity, those who lost life, those who are suffering, I request to Buddha to blessing and relieve their sufferings. So I will do my prayer for them. Mizan Lundi Power Yumanda, Dawajin to Zute Kiwarash, Gimatatu Sajurapton, Tuve Cheju Shandun Chevarashu. Then Bebe Lame Shapten, then Zinki was setting your life. Then Bejenda, Nadan Javaki, then by you ring never da she show.
Now invite His Holiness the 42nd Sakya Trizin Ratna Vajra Rinpoche, Supreme Head of the Sakya tradition.
First of all, I would like to extend my warm greetings to all the representatives participating in this auspicious International Buddha Poornima Day celebration. Vesak Day is the holiest occasion for all Buddhists from every tradition, and I'm truly pleased that we are able to honor it in spite of the difficulties caused by the COVID-19 outbreak. I sincerely thank the International Buddhist Confederation for making it possible. As we all know, the world is undergoing a serious crisis and billions of people are experiencing immense fear and suffering. As a response to all this suffering, it is crucial that we make a resolute effort to generate loving kindness and compassion for everyone affected. We need to reflect on the oneness of humanity, on how we all belong to one big human family, and on how we need to be there for one another. Even in the most challenging conditions, we must always maintain our dignity and preserve our identity as good human beings. The Buddha taught us that everything is impermanent. Just a few months ago, we were leading our normal lives, and now, all of a sudden, we find ourselves facing intense fear and insecurity. As of now, nearly 250,000 people have died and millions have lost their jobs, with the global economy in a downfall. This makes us realize how fragile and temporary everything is, including our lives. We are now living in a lockdown. Tragically, this has caused a huge rise in cases of domestic violence. Domestic violence has always existed like a silent pandemic, but now, with so many cases being reported, it has become more visible. I personally believe that it is one of the most serious issues that our human community faces, and that this is a time when we need to show some backbone and stand up for the millions upon millions of victims that are affected by this scourge. Another issue that has been highlighted by the pandemic has been the environment. With the temporary closure of factories and restrictions on the use of motor vehicles, we have seen how these few weeks of lockdown have cleared up city skies. It makes us realize how much we have harmed the earth with our craving for material satisfaction, and it gives us hope that we can do something meaningful to create a better, cleaner environment. One of the basic concepts of Buddhism is interdependent origination. We usually think that our happiness depends on external conditions, but actually it is the other way around. It's how we think and behave that shapes the world around us and brings us happiness or suffering. We must really learn to take care of our environment if we want it to bring happiness to us and to future generations. There will come a day, hopefully soon, when life returns to normal and we can begin to enjoy all kinds of activities. This will be an opportune moment for us to visit the holy places. I'm happy that over the past decade or so, more and more pilgrims have been visiting the holy sites. However, I believe that all Buddhists should visit the holy sites at least once in their life. Buddha Shakyamuni himself said that all his followers should visit the 4 holy places: Lumbini, where he was born; Bodh Gaya, where he attained enlightenment; Saranath, where he first turned the Dhamma chakra; and Kushinaga, where he attained Mahaparinirvana. I would like to close by saying that in the light of the great suffering that the world is undergoing, this year's celebration of Vesak Day takes on enormous significance. It is a time when we must truly take refuge in the Buddha and his qualities. Buddha is like the sun, radiant light of compassion. Buddha is like the sea, limitless expanse of wisdom. Buddha is like guide, leading us to liberation. In this way, we can emerge victorious from our battle against the pandemic and against our negative thoughts. May we all be blessed by the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha now and always. Thank you.
I now invite His Eminence Khambo Lama Gabju Dembrel Choijam, Supreme Head Ganden Tek Chengling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhists, Mongolia, President of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace and patron of IBC.
ингээд өнөөдөр олон улсын бурхан шигшинтний холбооноос тэмдэглэн өнгөрүүлж ээлжид торлоороо тэмдэглэн өнгөрүүлж бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн өдрийн одоо мэдчилгээ та бүхэндээ хүргэе. Бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн өдрийг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагаас одоо хүлээн зөвшөөрч бурханы шигшинтний орнуудад тэмдэглэж явах ийм сайхан зарлиг тогтоолыг гаргасан. Энийн үндсэн дээр бол одоо бид улам одоо идэвхтэй, зоригтой сайхан долбоотой болж ингэж одоо бурхан багшийн их тэмдэглэдэг боллоо. Ингээд бурхан багшийн их одоо дүүцэн өдрийг бол бурханы шиний уламжилт болоод шинээр дэлгэрч байгаа бүх орнуудад ингээд тэмдэглэн өнгөрүүлдэг сайхан уламжил тогтож. Тэгээ Монгол улс 1990 онд одоо ардчилсан нийгэмтэй болж тэгээ шашин шүтгэх хэрэгчлэгээ бүрэн дүрэн олсон энэ цагаас бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн одоо жил болгон улам өргөн хэмжээгээр тэмдэглэн өнгөрүүлдэг ингэж болсон. Энэ өдөр бол Монголын одоо төр засгийн газраас Монгол улсын их хурлаас бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн өдрийг монголчуудын нийтийн амралт болон зарласан явдал бол бидэнд бүр одоо сайхан одоо шүтэг мишэлэг бурхан багшийн дүүцэн тэмдэглэхэд бол үнэхээр гайхамшигтай сайхан одоо итгэл найдвар өгсөн сайхан үйл явдал боллоо. Энэ жил бол монголчууд бид одоо бурхан багшийн тэмдэглэх 2-3 сарын одоо аяныг зохион байгуулж эндээ бол олон ажлуудыг төлөвлөж ингэж ажиллаж байна. Байгаль ертөнцийн төвөрлөх хүн ардад одоо бурхан багшийн инх тайван сургаал, энэн хайрлах сургаалуудыг одоо ярьж илтгэл хийх ингээд Монгол орон даяар болоод явж бас одоо ард түмсгтэнд олонтойгоо уулзаж энэ байдлыг таниулах. Тэгээд Монголд оршин байгаа бүх хийдүүдэд ингээд бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн өдрийг тэмдэглэх зэрэг энэ тэмдэглэлт олон сайхан үйл явдлуудыг бид одоо зохион байгуулахаар ингээд төлөвлөөд эхнээс нь ажиллаж эхэлсэн. Тэгээд өнөөдөр эндэгт болж байгаа энэ сайхан хуралд оролцож байгаа одоо орон орны бурханы шигшинтэн та бүхэндээ бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн өдрийн мэндийг дэвшүүлэхийн хамт та бүхэн бас ард олонтойгоо дэлхийн хүмүүстэй ингээд одоо бурхан багшийн их дүүцэн өдрийг сайхан тэмдэглээрэй гэж ингэж уриалж байна. Тэгээ бурхан багш бол хамгийн одоо гайхамшиг нь бол бусдыг инэрэн хайрлах үзэл, инх тайванч үзлээрээ хүч хэрэглэхгүй байхын зарчмаар ингээд хүн ардын тэгшэрх, эрхчлөө, тайван сайхан амьдралын төлөө сургаал намнал байдаг. Тэгээ бусдыг инэрэн хайрлах энэ сайхан нинжин сэтгэл, асар инэрлийн сэтгэл дээр тогтож байдаг учраас энэ дэлхийн энэ чавцаантай нийт ялангуяа коронавирус төргөдөө ийм чавцаантай үед бурхан багшийн сургаал дэлхий дээр түгэн дийлгэр хүн ардын сэтгэлд энэ буйны зүгт хандаж бурхан багшийн одоо намтрыг түүх цадгийг бурхан багшийн сургаалыг өөрийнхөө бие дээр гарын авлага болгох явдал бол дэлхийн нийтэд нөлөөтэй. Дэлхийн энэ одоо өвчин зовлон арилах, барчид саад арилах, инх тайвнаар зэрэгцэн орж энэ бүгдэд одоо хамгийн гайхамшигтай зүйл учраас та бүхэндээ энэ үйл явдлыг одоо тэмдэглэж байгаа та бүхэндээ бол хамгийн дээд зэрэгээр баяр талархснаа илэрхийлье.
We now have for you a specially dedicated song, Siddharth, by Ani Choing Dholma, UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, Nepal, and IBC Global Envoy.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि एउटा बालक राजकुमार जन्मी जङ्गलमा हुर्के दरबारमा मानिसलाई दुःखबाट मुक्ति पाउने ज्ञान दिन यो संसारमा मनको दागरी सररा सारा हटाउन जन्मे एउटा मान्छे यहाँ सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम एक दिन एउटा रोगी देखी घुम्न जाँदा कुमारीले फेरि देखे अर्को दिन एउटा बुढो असहाय कहिले फेरि मुर्दाको अर्थी देखी राजकुमार सपना ठानी धन जन सारा त्याग गरे उनले दरबार मनको दागरी सररा सारा हटाउन जन्मे एउटा मान्छे यहाँ सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि दुःखानिको झेलिकन बास बसेर एकान्त बनाऊ बरसौँ तपमालिन भई दुःखको कारण खोजिकन हिंसाको बाटो अहिंसाले कोरी बोली मायाको भाषैमा एउटा मान्छे बुद्ध भएछ मान्छेहरूको माझैमा मनको दागरी सररा सारा हटाउन जन्मे एउटा मान्छे यहाँ सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम सिद्धार्थ गौतम
We are joined in by Shri Kiran Rijiju, Honorable Union Minister of State for Minority Affairs and co-chairman of the Buddha Poornima Diwas National Organizing Committee. May I request him to kindly render the opening address.
Namo Buddha and greetings to Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Culture Minister Prahlad Patel ji, the Venerable Mahasanghas and dear brothers and sisters from across the world who have joined today online for the historic virtual Vesak Buddha Poornima Diwas celebration 2020 to commemorate the triple blessed day of our Lord Buddha's birth, enlightenment and Mahaparinirvana. We are gathered here from all corners of the world virtually to celebrate the day as one big global family like one world. I am feeling truly blessed to be in the company of supreme heads of the Sanghas of Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, Bangladesh, Laos, Korea, China, Mongolia, Russia, Vietnam, Hong Kong, US, Europe, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, the Tibetan Sangha and India. I believe it is a true manifestation of Vasudev Kutumbakam, the ancient Indian ethos in Sanskrit meaning the whole world is one family. For the first time we are witnessing simultaneous live ceremonies and prayers from Lumbini, the land of Buddha's birth, from Bodh Gaya, the very site of his enlightened awakening, under the Bodhi tree, Sarnath, the site of Dhammacakka Pavatan, the first teaching, and Kushinagar, the sacred site of his Mahaparinirvana. Government of India under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji had taken the initiative in 2015 to organize Buddha Poornima as national celebration. Since then, under the aegis of the Ministry of Culture, International Buddhist Confederation had been organizing the event in a grand manner every year. The virtual Vesak Buddha Poornima celebration by IBC under the current trying circumstances is highly commendable. As the whole world is grappling with the unprecedented crisis of pandemic, this day also provide us opportunity to reflect upon the individual and collective conduct and consciousness, especially in the context of interdependent nature, welfare of all sentient beings, compassion and respect of nature and Mother Earth. We are also dedicating this Vesak Buddha Poornima as Global Prayer Week to honor the victims of COVID-19 across the world and all the medical professionals and first responders standing in the front line of humanity in our fight against this pandemic. In the end, I wish to congratulate the International Buddhist Confederation and all its office bearers, especially the Secretary General, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, for coming up with this noble idea of celebrating the day virtually. In the end, I join you all in taking the refuge in the blessings of the Triple Gem, Sarva Mangalam. Thank you. Namaste.
Us now is our guest of honor, Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister for Culture, Independent Charge and Chairman of the Buddha Poornima National Organizing Committee. माननीय मंत्री महोदय से निवेदन है कि आप कृपया सभा को संबोधित करें।
बुद्ध पूर्णिमा के शुभ अवसर पर भगवान बुद्ध के चरणों में मैं नमन करता हूँ। जितना थोड़ा बहुत एक विद्यार्थी के नाते समझ पाया, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि व्यक्ति भगवान नहीं होता, उसका नजरिया उसको देवता बनाता है। और महापुरुष भगवान बुद्ध पर ये बात पूर्णतः लागू होती है और हम का देखते भी हैं पिछले अतीत को कि बौद्ध धर्म देश की सीमाओं को पार करता हुआ अनेक देशों में चला गया, लेकिन उसका मूल मंत्र वही था कि धर्म की भाषा होती है प्रेम और ज्ञान की भाषा होती है अहिंसा। और जब अंगुली मार जैसे उदाहरण सामने आते हैं कि वो अपने शस्त्र को तेज करता रहता है, वो भगवान बुद्ध शांत भाव से बैठे रहते हैं और अंगुली मार से कहते हैं एक पत्ता तोड़ के देना। जब वो पत्ता तोड़ कर देता है तो कहता जरा इसको हमें नहीं चाहिए, फिर से लगा दो। तो उन्होंने कहा ये कैसे लग सकता है? तो बुद्ध ने अपना ज्ञान दिया अहिंसा की धम पर, प्रेम के सामर्थ्य से, कि जो चीज तुम लौटा नहीं सकते उसे छीनने का क्या अधिकार है। मुझे लगता है कि हम सब इन्हीं लोकाचारों से निकलकर वापस आए हैं। उन्होंने अपने शिष्य से कहा वो कैसे लोग हैं, वहां कहाँ जाओगे? वो तो गालियां देंगे। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है, गाली ही तो देंगे, मारेंगे नहीं। और मारने लगे तो मैं सोचूंगा कि उनने मुझे जान से तो नहीं मारा। अगर ऐसा भी कर दिया तो मैं समझूंगा कि मुझे आवागमन से उन्हें मुक्त कर दिया। तभी भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा कि जब इतना अच्छा नजरिया है तो यही देवत्व है, जाओ अपने कर्तव्य का पालन करो। तीसरी घटना और मुझे याद आती है, भगवान बुद्ध गमन कर रहे थे। एक गांव में उनको लोगों ने स्वागत सत्कार किया, मिठाई दी। वो मिठाई खाते नहीं थे तो इनकार कर दिया और कहा कि जाओ जाकर सबको वापस अपने बंधु बांधवों के बीच बांट देना। अगले गांव में गए तो लोगों ने अपशब्द कहे। तब उन्होंने सोचा कि कहीं दुख भी होता है, ऐसे लोगों से हम क्या कहें, इनसे दुखी, इससे कोई अपमान नहीं होता। लेकिन मैंने ये भी नहीं कह सकता कि जाओ अपने बंधु बांधवों को ये अनर्गल बातें बांट देना। इतना ऊंचा सोच, इतनी सरल भाषा, ऐसा नजरिया मैं IBC के तमाम प्रतिनिधियों को जो लगातार इस पर मनन और मंथन करते रहते हैं, उनके सामने मैं विद्यार्थी हूँ। लेकिन मैं सौभाग्यशाली हूँ, मैं अपने प्रधानमंत्री का आभारी हूँ कि मैं आज संस्कृति मंत्री के होने के नाते मैं उनके चरणों में नमन करता हूँ। इस बुद्ध पूर्णिमा पर आपको सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। यही ज्ञान का प्रकाश, यही अहिंसा की ताकत और प्रेम का भाव हमारी भारतीय भूमि से निकले हुए इस दिव्य ज्योति को दुनिया में फैलाता रहे, प्रकाश देता रहे। यही शुभकामनाएं।
We are extremely privileged that today we are being joined in by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, who will deliver the keynote address. This is the fourth time that the Honorable Prime Minister will be addressing the Vesak Buddha Poornima celebration. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा अब कीनोट एड्रेस।
नमस्कार, आप सभी को और विश्व भर में फैले भगवान बुद्ध के अनुयायियों को बुद्ध पूर्णिमा की बैसाख उत्सव की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे पहले भी इस पवित्र दिन पर आपसे मिलने, आप सभी से आशीर्वाद लेने का अवसर मिलता रहा है। 2015 और 2018 में दिल्ली में और साल 2017 में कोलंबो में मुझे इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़ने का, आपके बीच आने का मौका मिला था। हाँ, इस बार परिस्थितियां ही कुछ और हैं, इसलिए आमने सामने आकर के आपसे मुलाकात नहीं हो पा रही है। साथियों, भगवान बुद्ध का वचन है, मनोपुब्बम गमा धम्मा, मनोसेट्टा मनोमया, यानी धम्म मन से ही होता है, मन ही प्रधान है, सारी प्रवृत्तियों का अगुवा है। इसलिए आपका और मेरा मन का जो जुड़ाव है, उसके कारण सशरीर उपस्थिति की कभी उतनी महसूस नहीं होती। आपके बीच आना बहुत खुशी की बात होती, लेकिन अभी हालात हमें वो परमिट नहीं करते हैं और इसलिए दूर से ही टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से आपने मुझे अपनी बात रखने का अवसर दिया। इससे बढ़कर के संतोष और क्या हो सकता है। साथियों, लॉकडाउन की इस विकट परिस्थितियों में भी वर्चुअल बैसाख बुद्ध पूर्णिमा दिवस समारोह, इसके इस आयोजन के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बौद्ध संघ प्रशंसा के पात्र है। आपके इस अभिनव प्रयास के कारण ही इस आयोजन में विश्व भर के लाखों अनुयायी एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। लुम्बिनी, बोधगया, सारनाथ और कुशीनगर के अलावा श्रीलंका के श्री अनुराधापुर स्तूप और वासुदेवा मंदिर में हो रहे समारोहों का इस तरह एकीकरण कितनी अद्भुत कल्पना है, कितना सुंदर दृश्य है। हर जगह हो रहे पूजा कार्यक्रमों का ऑनलाइन प्रसारण होना अपने आप में अद्भुत अनुभव है। आपने इस समारोह को कोरोना वैश्विक महामारी से मुकाबला कर रहे पूरी दुनिया के हेल्थ वर्कर्स और दूसरे सेवा कर्मियों के लिए प्रार्थना सप्ताह के रूप में मनाने का संकल्प लिया है। करुणा से भरी आपकी इस पहल के लिए मैं आपकी सराहना करता हूं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ऐसे ही संगठित प्रयासों से हम मानवता को इस मुश्किल चुनौती से बाहर निकाल पाएंगे। लोगों की परेशानियों को कम कर पाएंगे। साथियों, प्रत्येक जीवन की मुश्किल को दूर करने के संदेश और संकल्प ने भारत की सभ्यता को, संस्कृति को हमेशा दिशा दिखाई है। भगवान बुद्ध ने भारत की संस्कृति और इस महान परंपरा को बहुत समृद्ध किया है। वो अपना दीपक स्वयं बने और अपनी जीवन यात्रा में दूसरों के जीवन को भी प्रकाशित करते रहे। और इसलिए बुद्ध किसी एक परिस्थिति तक सीमित नहीं है, किसी एक प्रसंग तक सीमित नहीं है। सिद्धार्थ के जन्म, सिद्धार्थ के गौतम होने से पहले और उसके बाद इतनी शताब्दियों में समय का चक्र अनेक स्थितियों, परिस्थितियों को समेटते हुए निरंतर चल रहा है। समय बदला, स्थिति बदली, समाज की व्यवस्थाएं बदली, लेकिन भगवान बुद्ध का संदेश हमारे जीवन में निरंतर प्रवाहमान रहा है। ये सिर्फ इसलिए संभव हो पाया है क्योंकि बुद्ध सिर्फ एक नाम नहीं है, बल्कि एक पवित्र विचार भी है। एक ऐसा विचार जो प्रत्येक मानव के हृदय में धड़कता है, मानवता का मार्गदर्शन करता है। बुद्ध त्याग और तपस्या की सीमा है। बुद्ध सेवा और समर्पण का पर्याय है। बुद्ध मजबूत इच्छा शक्ति से सामाजिक परिवर्तन की पराकाष्ठा है। बुद्ध वो है जो स्वयं को तपाकर, स्वयं को खपाकर, खुद को न्योछावर करके पूरी दुनिया में आनंद फैलाने के लिए समर्पित है। और हम सभी का सौभाग्य देखिए, इस समय हम अपने आसपास ऐसे अनेकों लोगों को देख रहे हैं जो दूसरों की सेवा के लिए, किसी मरीज के इलाज के लिए, किसी गरीब को भोजन कराने के लिए, किसी अस्पताल में सफाई के लिए, किसी सड़क पर कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने के लिए 24 घंटे काम कर रहे हैं। भारत में, भारत के बाहर ऐसा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति, विश्व के हर कोने में ऐसा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति अभिनंदन का पात्र है, नमन का पात्र है। साथियों, ऐसे समय में जब दुनिया में उथल-पुथल है, कई बार दुख, निराशा, हताशा का भाव बहुत ज्यादा दिखता है, तब भगवान बुद्ध की सीख और भी प्रासंगिक हो जाती है। भगवान बुद्ध कहते थे कि मानव को निरंतर ये प्रयास करना चाहिए कि वो कठिन स्थितियों पर विजय प्राप्त करे, उनसे बाहर निकले। थक कर रुक जाना ये विकल्प नहीं हो सकता। आज हम सब भी एक कठिन परिस्थिति से निकलने के लिए निरंतर जुटे हुए हैं, साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। भगवान बुद्ध के बताए 4 सत्य यानी दया, करुणा, सुख दुख के प्रति समभाव और जो जैसा है उसको उसी रूप में स्वीकारना, ये सत्य निरंतर भारत भूमि की प्रेरणा बने हुए है। आज आप भी देख रहे हैं कि भारत निस्वार्थ भाव से, बिना किसी भेद के अपने यहां भी और पूरे विश्व में कहीं भी संकट में घिरे व्यक्ति के साथ पूरी मजबूती से खड़ा है। लाभ हानि, समर्थ असमर्थ से अलग हमारे लिए संकट की ये घड़ी सहायता करने की है। जितना संभव हो मदद का हाथ आगे बढ़ाने की है। यही कारण है कि विश्व के अनेक देशों ने भारत को इस मुश्किल समय में याद किया और भारत ने भी हर जरूरतमंद तक पहुंचने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। भारत आज प्रत्येक भारतवासी का जीवन बचाने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास तो कर ही रहा है, अपने वैश्विक दायित्वों का भी उतनी ही गंभीरता से पालन कर रहा है। साथियों, भगवान बुद्ध का एक एक वचन, एक एक उपदेश मानवता की सेवा में भारत की प्रतिबद्धता को मजबूत करता है। बुद्ध भारत के बोध और भारत के आत्मबोध दोनों का प्रतीक है। इसी आत्मबोध के साथ भारत निरंतर पूरी मानवता के लिए, पूरे विश्व के हित में काम कर रहा है और करता रहेगा। भारत की प्रगति हमेशा विश्व की प्रगति में सहायक होगी। साथियों, हमारी सफलता के पैमाने और लक्ष्य दोनों समय के साथ बदलते रहते हैं, लेकिन जो बात हमें हमेशा ध्यान रखनी है वो ये कि हमारा काम निरंतर सेवा भाव से ही होना चाहिए। जब दूसरे के लिए करुणा हो, संवेदना हो और सेवा का भाव हो, तो ये भावनाएं हमें इतना मजबूत कर देती हैं कि बड़ी से बड़ी चुनौती से आप पार पा सकते हैं। सुप्पबुद्धम पबुज्जन्ति सदा घोतम सावका, यानी जो दिन रात हर समय मानवता की सेवा में जुटे रहते हैं वही बुद्ध के सच्चे अनुयायी हैं। यही भाव हमारे जीवन को प्रकाशमान करता रहे, गतिमान करता रहे। इसी कामना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार। इस मुश्किल परिस्थिति में आप अपना, अपने परिवार का जिस भी देश में आप हैं वहाँ का ध्यान रखें, अपनी रक्षा करें और यथासंभव दूसरों की भी मदद करें। सबका स्वास्थ्य उत्तम रहे, इसी मंगल कामना के साथ मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। सर्वमंगलम।
That was keynote address by Prime Minister of India Shri Narendra Modi, who addressed the Vesak Buddha Poornima celebrations for the fourth time. We are still trying to establish contact with Lumbini and will bring to you glimpses of the sacred ceremonies once we establish contact. In a short while from now, we shall also take you to Bodh Gaya and Sarnath for live streaming of ceremonies there. And now, for his address, I invite His Eminence Pandito Khambalama Dhamma Ayushev, the Supreme Head of Russian Buddhists, Buryat Republic, Russian Federation, Vice President of Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace and patron of IBC.
Дорогие буддисты, поздравляю вас с наступлением священного месяца Весак, в этот день знаменующий рождение, просветление и уход в нирвану нашего учителя Будды Шакьямуни. Все мы, и даже те, кто не является последователем буддизма, можем задуматься о его жизни и подчеркнуть вдохновение из его учений. Сегодня этот отрадный праздник ограничен из-за пандемии. К сожалению, это большая беда, от которой нельзя отворачиваться даже в праздничные дни. Потому что однажды принц из рода Шакьев покинул свой дворец и столкнулся с болезнью, страданием и смертью. Страх и боль от увиденного породило в нем отречение и сочувствие. И это послание о сострадании не подвластно времени. Наше сознание не находится в изоляции. Оно ничем не ограничено. Наши мысли и действия могут уверенно и спокойно следовать по пути дхармы. Благословенный тремя драгоценностями незабвенного учителя, совершенствуй свой ум безопасно и постоянно, создавая возможность 10 важных свобод. Такое послание предкам оставил 12-й Пандита Хамбалама Дашадарши Тигилу в 1927 году, а сам достиг драгоценного нетленного тела. Таким образом, месяц Весак в этом году объединил буддистов не только сопереживанием радости и веры, но и ответственностью за здоровье и жизнь окружающих людей. Как никогда живые существа во всем мире сейчас взаимозависимы, поэтому я желаю всем единства во взаимной заботе, терпении и благородстве. Пусть приумножаются добродетели сегодня, которые смогут преодолеть все страдания.
And I now invite His Eminence 7th Session Rabjam Rinpoche, throne holder of the Shechen lineage of Nyingma tradition and head Shechen Monastery of Nepal.
Respected adults and dear Dharma brothers and sisters, today I feel honored to be invited by the International Buddhist Confederation to give a short message on the great auspicious day, the Buddha Poornima. This year, due to the ongoing global COVID-19 pandemic, IBC organizing the global online Vesak celebration, the Buddha Poornima year 2564. This is the day that we remember the great teacher Buddha Shakyamuni's birth and enlightened day. Celebrating Buddha Poornima, or known as Buddha Jayanti, on the month of Vesak, which has been worldwide celebrated. We should celebrate this auspicious day by remembering his teaching, the path of Nirvana, and follow his teachings and advice and guidelines how to live with the Dharma. The main foundation of Dharma, it is the Four Noble Truths. From this pandemic of COVID-19, we get to experience how relevant the teaching of Buddha in the life and also cause and effect of independence. Due to this pandemic, many people lost their loved ones and suffered tremendously. We should pray for all of them. Even though our outer circumstances are difficult, but inner condition is within our hands. Therefore, we should focus inwardly and implement the meditation technique in the teaching of Buddha. We should pray to Triple Gems that this pandemic will end soon and people will have more peaceful and happy life. Hopefully, we will learn from this situation that how important is less self-centered and to help each other. With this experience, hopefully, we will be a better human being and respect the nature and environment so that we have a better preparation for the future generations. For now, I would like to pray and wish that leaders and politicians around the world would come together to fight this pandemic without blaming each other and using for their own political gains. Lastly, I would like to thank IBC for organizing an online celebration of Vesak, and may this Triple Gem protect and bless us all. Thank you.
And now we have for you address by the most venerable Varkagoda Gyanarthana Mahanayake Thero, Mahanayake of Asgiriya chapter, Siam, Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka.
Anuradhapura is one of the ancient cities in
Vesak is the most meaningful day for all Buddhists in the world. It marks the birth of Prince Siddhartha, his achievement of enlightenment to become the Buddha, and also his passing into Nirvana. This day is now recognized as the International Day of Vesak, having been declared by the United Nations. We as Sri Lankans are proud that this achievement was made on the request of our own Foreign Minister, the late Honorable Lakshman Kadiragama. This day is a great day for all mankind around the world. Many Buddhist people engage in religious rituals, giving of alms and pujas to observe this day on a spiritual basis. For Sri Lankans, it is a pious day with color and joy. They engage in religious observances throughout the day. This day is a great day for all mankind around the world. Many Buddhist people engage in religious rituals, giving of alms and pujas to observe this day on a spiritual basis. For Sri Lankans, it is a pious day with color and joy. They engage in religious observances throughout the day. This is an exhibition of the joy that is in the people's minds. They celebrate with multi-decorations, pandals, illuminated lights, Vesak lanterns and the paraharas, which Sri Lanka is famous for. All this add color to this meritorious day. We have seen similar celebrations in all other Buddhist countries, but this year it will be different. Every country is affected by this virus called the COVID-19. It has inserted a sense of fear and instability in the minds of all mankind. Likewise, this situation has given us a chance to see reality in its true form. This gives us the chance to make a conscious decision in shaping our destiny in the future. It shows us that greater responsibility and respect should be paid to Mother Earth, the environment. It is time to redesign our lifestyles. A special focus has to be made to conserve the natural resources that sustain human beings on planet Earth. The Buddha has taught us the basic lessons of conservation. He taught us what merit is and how to expedite meritorious activity. We have to protect all living beings and the environment. We have to understand that Mother Earth will only provide what mankind needs and not wants. The Buddha's teachings shows us the path to purify our minds, to come to the understanding of what is right and what is wrong. The way to perform with understanding to rid ourselves from all kinds of suffering, the exact path to real happiness and peace. On the commemoration of Vesak 2020, I wish the IBC for their dedicated services to Buddha Sasana and bestow upon you blessings of the Triple Gem and wish all Buddhist people around the world to observe all your spiritual activities from home so that you honor the social distancing and cooperate with the health authorities to rid our Mother Earth from this menacing virus. May the blessings of the Sacred Tooth Relic be with you. Yours in Dhamma.
We now bring to you a short video on the sacred Anuradhapura Stupa complex, Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, well known for its ruins depicting early Sri Lankan civilization. It is a very popular destination among Buddhist pilgrims all over the world. The city is now named as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. On the contrary to the historical data that indicates that the city is found in the 5th century BC, archaeological data puts that date back for far as 10th century BC. However, it was King Pandukabaya who planned the layout of the city and made it his capital in the 4th century BC. He constructed many reservoirs and shrines. The city reached its highest magnificence by the beginning of the 1st century AD. The city boasted some of the most complex irrigation systems in the ancient world. Anuradhapura was the first capital of Sri Lanka, established in the 4th century BC. It was the royal capital for 119 successive Sinhala kings and lasted for about 1500 years. Many historic monuments and buildings still remain in the acres for this sacred land. Anuradhapura is referred as one of the greatest monastic cities on this planet. Anuradhapura came into prominence after Buddhism was introduced to the island in the 3rd century BC during the reign of King Devanampiyathissa. He built the country's first stupa here, the Thuparama, which is said to a house relic of Buddha, his right collarbone. The king also arranged for the planting of the sacred bo sapling brought to the country by Princess Sanghamitta, daughter of Emperor Ashoka of India. This is today the venerated Sri Mahabodhi, which is considered the oldest living tree in the world. Major attractions at Anuradhapura are the 8 great Buddhist places for veneration, and they are Jai Sri Mahabodhi, Ruwanvelisaya, Thuparamaya, Lowa Mahapaya, Jetavana Ramaya, Abhayagiriya, Mirisavati Stupaya and Lankaramaya. The historic city of Anuradhapura is an essential stop on any tour of Sri Lanka. This city, located around 200 kilometers north from Colombo, is one of 8 World Heritage cities in Sri Lanka and is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Today, the IBC Buddha Poornima Vesak live streaming is coming from the Mahatupa or the Great Stupa, today known as the Ruwanveli Mahasaya. The stupa is considered as one of the world's tallest monuments and holds the largest collection of holy Buddha relics in the world. The Buddhists in Sri Lanka believe this premises is so holy that many pilgrims have witnessed deities who came to pay homage to this great stupa in the night.
And now we have for you address by Most Venerable Jetsuma Tenzing Palmo, Abbess of Dongyu Ghatsal Ling Nanare, Himachal Pradesh, India. She is also the President of Sakhyadata International Association of Buddhist Women and Joint President of IBC.
So may I and the nuns of the Dongyu Ghatsal Ling Nunnery in Himachal Pradesh offer you all our sincerest greetings on this auspicious occasion of the Buddha Poornima. At this time, the whole world is facing unprecedented challenges, and we can ask ourselves what the wisdom Buddhism has to contribute in these circumstances. Well, firstly, Prince Siddhartha was inspired to leave his comfortable palace and go forth on the path to enlightenment through witnessing the scenes of old age, sickness, and death. It was this encounter with the realities of samsara that acted as his wake-up call. We are always exceedingly thankful to the Lord Buddha, who attained awakening and shared his Dharma with us, and also to all those who have studied and practiced and preserved this precious Dharma throughout the ages down to the present day. So what does the Dharma have to say to us in our present challenging situation? Firstly, we can appreciate that this coronavirus did not just happen out of nowhere. It is we humans who have created this pandemic, perhaps especially through our karmic debt to animals. Throughout time, we have killed animals for food or for sport, and now also we torture them in the name of medical research. We have a heavy karmic liability towards the other living beings with whom we share this planet. However, many people forced into prolonged isolation, perhaps for the first time in their lives, are turning to the means to deal with this solitude and are looking sometimes towards meditation for an answer. This is where the Dharma can be of great help with its millennia of experience. And already many teachers are reaching out through the internet to hold courses on meditation practice, offering skillful ways to deal with people's anxiety and panic, and also to encourage a practical social outreach, uniting generosity and kindness with skillful methods and fearless compassion. The Buddha taught dukkha and the overcoming of dukkha. The dukkha that this virus spreads also reminds us of how we are all interconnected. People all over the world are united in their struggles and problems. The virus does not respect high and low, rich or poor, race, gender or nationality. We are all connected in our vulnerability. However, despite the terrible toll this disease has taken, especially for the poor and disenfranchised, when we visualize the future, we might imagine life to be the same as it was before. But, of course, it cannot be. We seek for security, but there is no security in samsara. Nonetheless, we can only hope that in the future we will become more mindful and caring towards each other and towards the earth, our mother, which is suffering so much. Humans are slow to learn their lessons, but perhaps this pandemic will be our wake-up call towards upholding a more responsible presence on this planet before it is too late. The Dharma, in its splendid, wise sanity and open-hearted compassion, can be a great example for the world, but only if its practitioners themselves show the way. As it is said, actions speak louder than words. So we thank the International Buddhist Confederation for organizing this online Buddha Poornima event. Thank you so much, all of you who have put so much into organizing this. May it all be really auspicious, and may the coming year also be a great lesson for all of us. May we learn that lesson. Thank you.
I now invite the most venerable Bhikkhuni Dhammananda, abbess, Song Dhamma Kalyani Monastery, Thailand. She is the first ordained Bhikkhuni from Thailand, and it is a great honor for us to host her today. She is also the former Deputy Secretary General of the IBC.
Ayubawon, this year we celebrate Vesak in a very different way. 6th of May is still between the time that our temple is still being locked down. The province is also being locked down for 2 months. So in order to celebrate Vesak, we have to think of something different. We follow the instruction that the Buddha gave to 60 enlightened monks from the Buddha's time. He told them to be beneficial to themselves and also to be beneficial of others. We follow that. Many poor people, many people suffering around the temple, so we extend our help to them. We provide them for food, rice 5 kilos for each family, 100 families. We have been taking care of them for the past 5 weeks, and we are still continuing to do that. This is to offer our respect to the Buddha. For Vesak, we will do the same thing. We are not supposed to gather a large crowd, but still we can do it with respect to social distancing. Apart from that, we have another project that is to extend, to offer 5,000 baht to each family who could not get 5,000 baht from the government. So these are the two projects side by side that we are doing as a respect, to pay respect to the Buddha on this particular Vesak. We would like to share with you our merit making that the Bhikkhuni Sangha in this Arama, the very first Bhikkhuni Arama in Thailand. So please rejoice and please share with us the merit making for this Vesak. Greetings. Happy Vesak 2020.
I have for you Metta from a Distance by Ms. Emily Uy, Malaysia, who is an eminent Dharma singer and composer and founder of IMM Music Works and Jing Shi Jin Jang, Dharma Man's vocal group. This song has been specially composed by her for this event. Joining us now is the most venerable Fra Ajahn Brahma, founder Bodhiana Monastery and Buddhist Society of Western Australia.
But anyway, that these are for the people who are using the occasion of Vesak, the holiest day of the Buddhist year, and they're using this to take the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts for the first time. And you will find these, especially the 3 refuges, Buddhaṃ Saranang Gacchāmi, Dhammāṃ Saranang Gacchāmi, Sanghaṃ Saranang Gacchāmi. It's almost they define Buddhists of all traditions. If any of you have the privilege to go to a place like Bodh Gaya, You'll hear that chant resounding in the evening. Buddhang saranang gacchami. And again, it gives you the goosebumps moment. And those are the 3 refuges which I'll be chanting, and the people online will be chanting afterwards. And you should have the pieces of paper there which tells you what to do. By the beginning of the taking of refuges and the 5 precepts, usually begins with somebody asking for them. And because the people I'm going to be giving the 3 refuges and 5 precepts to are overseas, I've asked Dennis, on your behalf, to formally ask for the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. Dennis.
Thank you, Ajahn Brahm. And I have respectfully asked Ajahn Brahm if I can do this in English as well. So
yes, that's good.
At least you will be able to understand that and not my bad Pali. Venerable Sir, for the 3rd time, we request the 5 precepts and the 3 refuges.
That's good, yes. Thank you, Dennis. It has been a very long day for poor Dennis. He's been working very hard. And the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. And it's wonderful that when we do make a mistake in Buddhism, instead of criticizing somebody or fault-finding or telling them off, we just find out how funny it is. I learned that from Ajahn Chah, my teacher. When I made a stupid mistake, he would find it so funny. Just that story of when I had to go to him to ask for any requisites I needed, and I needed some soap. And the Thai word for soap was sabu. I said sapo. And that actually means pineapple. So I thought I was asking for soap, but I'd asked my master, my teacher, for some pineapple. And being very kind, he asked me, he said, "What do you want pineapple for?" And I said, "To wash." And he almost fell off his chair laughing. He never let me forget that, telling that, in England, they wash with pineapples, and they're far more advanced. We only wash with soap in Thailand. But it was a wonderful little funny story. So when we do make mistakes, if you do the pronunciation wrong, that's not important. The fact that you are taking these precepts and you mean them, that is what is important. So I will say the Namo Tassa 3 times, which is the homage to the Buddha, the Noble and Perfect, Clean, Right and One. Then I will pause and be silent, and I'll ask you in your own words, either in English or in Pali, whichever you prefer, to also do the homage to the Buddha 3 times, after I have finished. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. So please say the Namo Tassa or homage to the Buddha 3 times. Now we chant the 3 refuges. We do those 3 times. I'll say them one at a time. When I finish the first one, please, you repeat it in Pali or in English, whichever you prefer. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi Buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi Dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi Sanghang saranang gacchami. That completes the 3 Buddhist refuges, which is common to all Buddhist traditions, showing one's commitment for refuge as a resource for safety, for wisdom, for inspiration to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. Almost defines you as being a Buddhist. And now for the 5 precepts. For those of you who do not know what those 5 precepts are, the first precept is to refrain from intentionally killing living beings which can be seen. So bacteria, viruses like COVID-19, that is not breaking a precept to overcome that virus by whatever works. These are visible beings. Second precept is not to take what is not given to you, not to steal. And that even means, please excuse me for this, even means like filling out your tax returns accurately, not cheating. It doesn't matter if everybody else does it. Buddhists don't do it. We're honest. We don't steal. And the third precept is not committing sexual misconduct, in particular not adultery, not sexual abuse, not using your position as a teacher, as someone in authority, to demand sexual favors and abuse others. And especially if you're committed in a relationship, to keep within that relationship so your partner can trust you. And the fourth precept is to refrain from lying. There may be times you say something, you find out afterwards it was wrong. But that's not deliberately lying, that's just making a mistake. Just like when I said that I used pineapple to wash, that was just a mistake. So the intentional deliberate lying is we refrain from. And lastly, we refrain from taking alcohol, even small amounts. Because they used to say the drink, you take a drink, then the drink takes a drink, then the drink takes the person. So it's a danger. So it's much better to have non-alcoholic beverages, and that means you are safe. And the same with non-medicinal drugs. Drugs which you take just for recreation, for highs, because they may feel like they're pleasant for you, but they end up sort of distorting your cognitive process. You can't be as mindful, as clear as you were before when it's not done for medicinal reasons only, from a doctor. So, those are the 5 precepts. I will now recite them. Again, I will recite them in Pali because that means so much more to me. But you do have the translations there, so you can always chant it after I've finished in Pali or in English. Panatipata Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Adinadana Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Kamesu Michachara Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Musawada Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Suramiraya Majjapamadatthana Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Those are the 5 Buddhist precepts. You try to refrain, which doesn't mean to stop. The fact you break a precept, you feel that you're terrible. No, these are training precepts. If you do break a precept, you try and find out why. You learn from the mistake and you make sure you don't do it again as best you possibly can. These are guidelines for our life which we try and keep as best we can. Not to deliberately kill living beings. Not to steal. Not to do sexual misconduct like adultery or sexual abuse. Not to lie. Not to take alcoholic drinks or non-medicinal drugs, which take away one's awareness, the ability to know what's going on around you. So those of you who may have said it not quite correct when you were repeating it, you may have maybe not finished it, and I was too fast for you, but it doesn't matter. You've come here in front of your computer listening, trying your best to determine those 5 precepts. You have taken them. You've determined them. So now I give you the blessing of those who have taken the 5 precepts. Imani pancha sikkhapadani silena sugating yanti silena bhoga sampada silena niputing yanti tasma silang visodaye. These 5 precepts, they lead to a happy abiding. They lead to the accumulation of good things, even physical things. You don't waste stuff. And they lead to even nibbana. Therefore, please, to the best of your ability, please keep these precepts pure as something very valuable to you. And also, because you've taken those 3 refuges and 5 precepts, you can formally call yourself a Buddhist. Without any, it doesn't have to be forever. If you find out that you change your views and ideas later on, you can always change if you wish to. This is only not compulsory. It's not a cult. This is freely chosen to live your life by a set of virtuous principles of harmlessness and peace and goodness for your happiness and the happiness of all that you meet.
We now take you to Bodh Gaya for live streaming of sacred ceremonies there. For narration, I invite Dharmacharya Shantam Seth.
as I said, the sort of axis mundi of the Buddhist world. We would call it, as I said, the navel of the earth, but we also call it the Vajrasana, where the Buddha sat on the diamond throne in 528 BCE. This is where, after 6 years of search, of trying to really understand a way out of the human angst of suffering, how he came here, and then night after night, for 49 days, he sat under this tree, really bringing his concentration, bringing all his energy into understanding that he would awaken. He'd been practicing with many different traditions earlier, and we realized that so in that process of really trying to understand what life was about, he tried all these different practices that were happening at the time, practices that were taught by Alara Kalama, the great teacher of concentration, yogic concentration, Udaka Ramaputta, the great teacher of the Upanishads, and of course other great teachers who were in the tradition of people like Mahavira, who was the great teacher in the Jain, or developed with the Jain tradition. But somehow he felt that it was not, there was something else. And so it was when he was sitting under the tree that he discovered this understanding of anatma, the understanding of interdependent origination, or what we call dependent origination, or Prophet Samatpada. And in that process, he then sits under the Bodhi tree, where what we are seeing now with the sacred Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, and developed what we now have as a practice of awakening based on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. So this was what he tried to develop at that time, and then of course he taught that. But initially he thought that he would spend 7 weeks under the tree. He just spent 1 week enjoying himself under the tree after the awakening. This had been a struggle for 6-7 years since he left home. He left as a young man of 29. He was still a young man. He was only 35. Sometimes we forget that the Buddha was only 35 when he awakened. And then sitting under the tree, he just enjoyed the tree for a week, just looking at it, seeing the tree as his teacher. And then moving from that, he then spent a week looking at the tree from outside and not even blinking, just looking at it, appreciating it, feeling a sense of gratitude for the tree. And then he spent a week doing walking meditation just near the tree. Every day he would do walking meditation interspersed with his sitting meditation. And so he was just spending time with each step, really enjoying placing his foot on the ground in a sacred way. Today we see lotuses in that area, in stone, of course, and that is to depict the lightness of his foot, that each time he touched his feet, he was imprinting his lightness, his wisdom, his purity, like it is for a lotus. And this symbolic form of a lotus is always to show that you are sitting with that awareness, that lightness, that wisdom of non-discrimination that the Buddha discovered. Now we are seeing, or we've been seeing, that how the monks and Mr. Dorji, who is the secretary of the Mahabodhi Temple Management Committee, offering flowers, offering rose petals to the Vajrayana, to the Vajrasana. And this is a wonderful way of paying homage to our great teacher. This is a way where we have been ushered in as a Buddhist to offer perfume, offer flowers, offer light, offer incense to the Buddha in the form of where he sat. And of course, for many of us, we think this is a great PowerPoint of around the world. Then after the third week, where we will be seeing more film as we go along, he then spent another week in a little shrine, which may be off camera right now, where it is called the Ratnaghar, where different light has supposed to emerge out of his body. 5 different light, which is now the colors of the Buddhist flag. And that is when he developed what we understand as the law of Patitsamutpada, or the deep understanding of Patitsamutpada, independent origination. After that, he spent a week sitting by a lake, just sitting there, meditating. And it's said that Muchalinda, a Naga king, a snake, comes and pays respect to the Buddha. Some people say that actually the snake even coiled himself around the Buddha and then protected the Buddha with putting a sort of hood over his head to protect him from the rain and the storm. Some of these stories are symbolic, some of these stories are real, but we know that the Buddha was a great deep ecologist in a way. He communed with animals, with flowers. He was not seeing this discrimination between humans and non-humans. And so even the snakes were his friends. They were not afraid of him, and they protected him. And then another week, it is an interesting week where he spends time reflecting, and it is said that Brahma Sampati comes to him and says, will you teach? And the Buddha says, my teachings are subtle, they are, go against the grain, and it will become sort of tiresome for me to teach, really. And then Brahma Sampati says, well, there are some people who have that sort of potential of awakening, they're very close to it, and they will die in ignorance if you don't teach. And so, in that process, when the Buddha was teaching, he then he thought about it, and that Mahakaruna, the great compassion, arose in him. And he said, okay, let the doors of deathlessness be opened. And that was the great decision to teach. And this teaching then has carried on for 2,600 years up to now. Some people say that Brahma Sampati was actually the Buddha's, Gautama Buddha's own internal doubt or internal sort of dialogue, saying, shall I teach, shall I not teach? And then out of that, he felt that this would be an opportune offering to the world. So it wasn't just for his own awakening, but to awaken the world. And in his deep compassion, he also felt that the awakening of others would be also his own continued awakening. One of the first things he said as he touched the earth was, after his awakening, was saying, all beings have the potential of awakening. All beings are awakened. It is up to us to know or to realize that awakening. So the Buddha could see that we have that awakened nature, the Buddha nature, in all of us. But it is through our practice, through our effort, that we can also awaken to that. Now, this is an aspiration for all of us, and we know that not just the Buddha, but many other teachers have attained that sort of awakening in the last 2,600 years. And so even the Buddha, in the 7th week of his wandering around the Bodhi tree area, he then meets 2 merchants, Tapusa and Balika, who are coming from the east. And they offer him some food, they offer him some thing to eat, and the Buddha teaches them a little bit. And he realizes that they understand a little bit of what they're teaching. And this is not just with people like Tapusa and Balika, but also with some of the children. He spends a lot of time in Bodh Gaya, in what is then known as Uruvela or Senanigao. He then spends a lot of time sharing the teachings with them, trying to help them to lead a more happy and peaceful life. So now what we also see how we pay reverence to the Bodhi tree, to the symbol of the living Buddha. And we see Dorji Sahib and other monks and nuns, bowing, prostrating to the Buddha. This is a form of putting the 5 points of your body on the earth, your forehead, your hands, and your knees, and your feet, and really placing them, touching the earth in a deep and reverential way, but also offering that touching, awakening that you see the Buddha in front of you in the tree. The tree, of course, is our ancestor, our spiritual ancestor. The Buddha sat with her night after night, as I said, for at least 49 days, and again later for another 49 days in that area. And it is wonderful to know that this tree is still a living memory. It is, of course, not the original tree. We know that the original tree died around the time of Ashoka, the 3rd century before the Common Era. And then we also know that the tree died in about the 7th century, and one of the last descendants of Ashoka planted a new tree brought from Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka, where Ashoka's daughter had taken one of the saplings from Bodh Gaya. And then again we know in the 1870s the tree died again, and Alexander Cunningham, who was the first Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, brought a sapling and planted it in the same place. So today the tree we see, or we are seeing on the screen, is a great grandchild of the original tree. But in the context of understanding and interdependence, we see our parents in ourselves, we see the mother tree, the grandmother tree, the great-grandmother tree in the tree herself. So this tree is really the living embodiment of the Buddha. And as I said earlier, the tree is a spiritual teacher to the Buddha also. As the Buddha sat there, he understood the connection of everything in that leaf, the cloud, the rain, the sunshine, the earth, all those elements to make up one leaf. And if you took out one of those elements, the leaf would not exist. But also, on this Vesak Day 2020, organized by the International Buddhist Confederation, the teachers coming from all around the world, the tree also offers us a great symbol of the worldwide family of Buddhists. The original trunk or the original tree is no longer there. Buddhism in India died in the 13th century. There's a slow revival of Buddhism now since 1956, when Dr. Ambedkar tried to revive it, and there have also been other streams of Buddhism continuing in India, in the east, especially in Bengal, in Tripura, in other states. But what we also see is there are very thick branches in the tree. We can look at how Buddhism or the Buddha Dhamma has developed in Sri Lanka, in Thailand, in Myanmar, in Vietnam, in Laos, in Cambodia, in Tibet, in China, in Taiwan, in many countries around the world. We see the Buddha Dhamma developing and flourishing. And we can look at that like the big branches of the tree, the large branches of the tree that offer us the sustenance in these countries. And then we see smaller branches. We can see where Buddhism is now emerging again in Russia, in Kazakhstan, even in the old, in Poland, we hear people in Uganda. So we have those branches, but then we have very small branches. For example, and those would be, say, like in the West, we had Ajahn Brahm, a beloved teacher who's teaching in Australia now, sharing earlier. We had Jetsunuma Tenzin Palmo. These are people from the West who have now taken on the culture of the Buddha Dhamma in their own lives. And I can see those as small branches of the tree. And if you nourish those trees, you can see how the Buddha Dhamma will then develop in the Western societies, whether it's Australia or England or the United States or all of Europe. And this is how we nourish the tree, how we see the reality of the tree as a living symbol of the global community. again, we are very fortunate to be having a live feed from Bodh Gaya, from the, as I say, the navel of the earth. And so here we are then looking at the monks, the head monk, Chilandaji and others, now just meditating and praying to the Mahabodhi tree. This is a community of monks, Theravada monks, who live in and around the Mahabodhi temple. They are part of the Bodh Temple Management Committee. They are the people in cloth, as it were, and there's also a committee which is organized by which the local commissioner or the local head of government is in charge of, and then there are 8 members of that. And they are the custodians of the Bodh Temple Management Committee. And we as Buddhists look to them as custodians of the most sacred site, the most sacred place for all of us in the world. When we think of Bodh Gaya, we immediately bring to mind the awakening of the great teachers of Buddha. And we also bring to mind images of the tree, of the temple, of places that are aspirations for many of us to come to. It's a lifelong aspiration for Buddhists, like it is for Muslims to go to Makkah. Most of us, all of us, want to go to Bodh Gaya at some stage. And this has been, again, in a way, mentioned by many of the teachers who've been speaking earlier, how much we want to go to these sites, how fortunate we are to go to these sites. And for some of us, we go on pilgrimage every year. Every year we like to go back and meet our teacher in the form of the tree. And so there are people like us who go every year to all the sites and go back to Bodh Gaya. And when we go to Bodh Gaya, you see people from the whole world of Buddha Dhamma. We see Japanese, we see Koreans, that means people who are now practicing in their own country, trying to bring together a sort of, I would say, a Buddhayana beyond the understanding of Mahayana or Theravada or Vajrayana. And it is actually like a concert of music, of prayer, of prostrations. It's actually like a way of bringing a brotherhood and sisterhood between all of us, just with one object, which is the Bodhi tree. And that is what we are seeing on our screen. We are seeing the chanting from Bodh Gaya. We are not hearing it so well. So they are actually chanting from different Pali texts. And this is normally done as we will be chanting different sutras, like for example the Mahamangala Sutra, which is a sutra on happiness. We also offer at this time the Ratna Sutra, which is the sutra to dispel the diseases, the scourge of COVID-19, and we call those ways of, these are types of what we call now parita, or some type of pirita, which is a type of chanting to remove the suffering of others, especially to do with illness. The first time the Buddha shared this was in Vaishali, when there was a plague and a drought in Vaishali. And when he went to Vaishali, the people of, this is just north of the Ganges River, the people of Vaishali asked him to help remove that disease from their state, from their country. And he then offered this Ratna Sutra, which was a way of doing that. And he asked Ananda, his attendant, to share that. So now we again see from on stage the head monk sharing the chant. I can't hear it very clearly from where I am, so I can't. Let me just try my mic. I can't quite hear exactly which chant he is offering, but we know that these are the chants that they offer in the Mahabodhi temple every morning and every evening. These are in the Pali tradition, because these are Theravadan monks, and this is in a sense a way of giving the Buddha voice, the Buddha Vachana life through the lived experience of practitioners like the brothers we see, the monastic brothers we see on the screen. Of course, the Buddha talked about the fourfold Sangha, the lay and the monastics, the monks, the nuns, the laymen and the laywomen. And we can see in the footage also lay people practicing together. So the Buddha offered his teachings to all of us. And as we heard earlier from Ajahn Brahm, when he offered the 5 precepts, the 3 refuges, these are refuges and precepts offered to all lay people too. And then of course the monastics take more vows and more precepts. So again, I feel that I will now just pause for a while, just so that we can try and hear what the monks are chanting, and I'll come back in a few minutes if we can hear the chants louder.
Salayatana nirodho, salayatana nirodha, bhasa nirodho, bhasa nirodha, vedana nirodho, vedana nirodha, tanha nirodho, tanha Punang garaga ragang dito se pulagera naka se sabate pasuka bhaja garaga. Normally there would be thousands and thousands of people,
at the Mahabodhi temple and the sacred Bodhi tree at this time. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we can see that even the monastics and the lay people are practicing distancing, individual distancing in this time, even near the tree. But we are very glad that they are continuing this tradition of offering chants, of offering salutations to the tree, even in this difficult time for the world. And I feel that this effect will be beneficial across the world. The vibrations of the chanting and of the blessings from the tree will reverberate right across the world. And we really hope that the aspiration we are offering with our chanting will in some way diminish the suffering of the world that people are going through. The people in terms of illness, in terms of physical ailments, in terms of mental ailments, of aloneness, of distancing, and of course the existential illness of letting go of the ones you love, being caught up in what we really feel we don't want to change. So let us hope that these chants really dispel the darkness of ignorance from around the world, not just from our own individual place, but from everyone around the world. Not just from our own individual place, but from everyone around the world. It is lovely and beautiful the way the camera is panning the tree, because this is the way the Buddha would have seen the tree, sitting under the tree, looking up and looking at the branches of the tree, the leaves of the tree, and also being aware of animals, the squirrels, the birds, the insects that inhabited the tree. And so when we sit under the tree like this now, we realize that those insects, little animals, birds are also the descendants of creatures that were companions of the Buddha at that time of awakening, of that time sitting with the tree under the full moon, what we now call the Buddha Poornima, where on the day of Vesak. That's why we are celebrating this. This is the day of his awakening, and this is when he was sitting under the tree like we are sitting, or like the monks and brothers and sisters are sitting right in front of us during right now what we're seeing. It's a sacred moment, and I think in an interesting way that the internet is providing us as a global family the opportunity to connect across the world, which we would not have been able to. It is unfortunate that we are not being able to be physically with each other at this time, but yet through this virtual offering of the IBC and the Mahabodhi Temple Management Committee, we have been able to actually touch this sacred moment wherever we are in our own homes or with our family, wherever we are in the world. So in a sort of way, we have to look at the blessing of this difficult time. And we have to also, as Buddha said, and as many people said, we have to try and bring the lotus out of the fire. So this is the teaching the Buddha was doing himself. He was seeing the fire of birth, death, sickness, and he wanted to find a way out of it. And that's what he's really done. and offered us this great path. And that's what the monks are chanting again in Pali.
He wants to find a way out of it. And that was really done and offered us this great path. That's what the monks chanted again in Pali.
And now we see that the Theravadan monks have now passed the chanting to the Vajrayana monks. They will be chanting in Mahayana tradition.
And now we see that the Theravadan monks have now passed the chanting to the Vajrayana monks. They will be chanting in Mahayana tradition. And now we see that the Theravadan monks have now passed the chanting to the Vajrayana monks. They will be chanting in Mahayana tradition. limitless expanse of wisdom. Buddha is like guide, leading us to liberation. In this way, we can
Oh. Who are watching live streaming from Bodh. We are also receiving direct feeds from Sri Guru Sri Surati Mahavira Vasaka Diwas, Sri Lanka, for the first ever online live exposition of the holy relics of Lord Buddha. This is an ancient royal temple and houses the holy relics of Lord Buddha, which were excavated from Piparwaha in Uttar Pradesh state in the 1890s. It was gifted to Rajguru Sri Subhuti Mahavihara Vasaka Temple, Vasaka Duwa Temple in 1898, and they have been enshrined there ever since. Live commentary on this by Dr. Shantan Singh. Oh, Dharmacharya Shantan. हाँ जी कितनी देर में जाएंगे ओह कर लीजिए तो बता दीजिएगा दोनों का बोलते जाएंगे
Continue with the chanting from Udgaya.
You are watching फिर कहूँगी ना You are watching live feed उसको तो आप कट तो नहीं कर रहे हैं ना
पहले आपका अनाउंसमेंट आएगा उसके बाद हम लग करेंगे
तो बोध गया भी रहेगा और ये भी रहेगा
अभी जो बोध गया है सामने फिर आपका हम मैसेज डालेंगे ये हमारे पास वहाँ से भी हम आपको उससे भी कनेक्ट करते हैं
तो हम कहेंगे You are watching live feed not were
हाँ श्रीलंका रेडी हाँ उधर पूरा दिक्कत हो रहा है श्रीलंका
तो आर वॉचिंग की वर वॉचिंग कर दो क्योंकि बाद में दोनों देंगे हाँ हाँ तो यू आर वॉचिंग वी आर ऑल्सो रिसीविंग हाँ ठीक है बहुत अच्छा हाँ हाँ
through this year, economic disruption has made all of us stay safe indoors in order to protect ourselves from the dreadful virus. I therefore wish to appeal to all our Dhamma friends to please stay safe, stay indoors, and observe this sacred day by praying and meditating from your homes with your family, friends, and transfer the merit for the good well-being of all men, animal, and nature. And that we pray and hope to overcome this dreadful virus crisis at the earliest and live together again in peace and happiness. Bhagavato Sabba Mangalam Tattvanto Sabba Devata Sabba Buddha Nubhavena Sada Suddhi Bhavantu Te.
That is Bhante Chalendra from the head monk of the Mahabodhi Temple Management Committee in the Mahabodhi Temple. Speaking now, that's Bhante Chalendra, the head monk, sharing about and offering his thoughts on and offerings to the Mahabodhi tree. So, yeah, on what? On which one? I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. On what should we speak about? I'm not visible. I'm sitting right there. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, apologies for technical issues. While you are watching live streaming from Bodh Gaya, we are also receiving direct feed from Rajguru Sri Subhuti Mahavihara Vasaka Duwa, Sri Lanka, for the first ever online live exposition of the holy relics of Lord Buddha. This is an ancient royal temple and houses the holy relics of Lord Buddha, which were excavated from Piparwaha in Uttar Pradesh state of India in the 1890s. It was gifted to Rajguru Sri Subhuti Mahavihara Vasaka Duwa temple in 1898 and have been enshrined there ever since. Commentary on this will be by Dharmacharya Shantam Seth.
Okay.
आप कौन से नंबर पे जाएंगे?
So we are very honored to be in the presence, even if virtually, of the Buddha holy relics. These are the relics that were offered to the temple in Sri Lanka.
Sri Subhuti Vihare, Rajaguru Sri Subhuti Vihare in Vaskadua. This is the Buddha relics chamber. These Buddha relics were brought to Sri Lanka from Piprao in 1898. This is the only relics available in Sri Lanka which has well documented history. This was brought to Sri Lanka during the time which most venerable Rajaguru Sri Subhuti Mahanayaka Thero was the chief custodian of this ancient temple. Now, the custodian of these 21 relics from Kapilavastu is most venerable Vaskadwe Sri Mahinda Vansa Mahanayaka Thero. Now, today, the Mahanayaka Thero has opened the casket for IBC Buddha Poornima program, so our audiences can see the holy Buddha relics from here. You can see inside the casket there is a gold lotus. So you can see 3 Buddha relics are embedded in the lotus. On this precious day, we commemorate the birth of Prince Siddhartha and the enlightenment of Mahaparinirvana of Sri Sakyamuni Buddha. This holy day, Mahanayaka Thero is praying, sending his prayers and blessings for you, for your good health and happiness. Now the Mahanayaka Thero is ready with me to do the chanting.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Itiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vicchacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhammasarati satta deva manussanang buddho bhagavati Sakhato bhagavata dhammo sanditthiko akaliko ehipassiko opanaiko paccattam veditabbo viññoiti supatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Ujupatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Nyayapatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Samicipatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Yadidam chattari purisayudani Purisa Puggala Esa Bhagavato Savaka Sangho Auniyo Dakshiniyo Anjali Karaniyo Anutteram Punyaketang Lokasati Apilevat Tu puragatanca sutima erasya labhi Sri Sambuddha dhatu pavarang sada namami sirasa aham sadhu sadhu
Now you can see the Holy Buddha relics again. So this is a very auspicious moment for everyone who are joining in, because this casket is open once a year to commemorate the Vesak festival, and this chamber is also very rarely open. So you are very fortunate to come into this chamber.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have for you address by His Eminence 7th Kyabje Yongsen Ling Rinpoche from India.
Hello everyone, Tashtile. I would like to give my greetings on this very special occasion, the Vesak Day, the day of Lord Shakyamuni Buddha's birth, and day of Lord Shakyamuni Buddha's enlightenment, and the day of Buddha Shakyamuni's Parinirvana. So these three special occasions took on this Vesak Day. So I would like to give my greetings to everyone who's watching this all around the world. So it is very important that we should remember the Buddha's qualities and Buddha's teachings. And when I say qualities, the qualities of his speech, qualities of his mind, and qualities of his body or activities. So we should remember the qualities, and through these through that Buddha has benefited so much sentient beings all around this world. And more so ever, it is important that we should remember the teachings of Buddha, and we should follow the teachings and live and act according to what Lord Buddha said. That is very, very important. So meaning that we should be faithful, truthful, be kind, help others, and we should be in service whenever there is a need for the others. That is very important. So when I say, also when I say we should follow the Buddha's teachings, I don't mean that we should sit in a corner and meditate, but more important is that we should act what Buddha said, act according to what Buddha said. From morning to night, we should, with a good attention, and we should live our life according to Buddha's wishes. So that is very important. So I want to give this message on this special day. And so now we are suffering from this world pandemic. I think it has disturbed so many people's lives and livelihoods, and that it has brought a lot of suffering, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and so I would like to encourage you all. We should not take this event to disencourage ourselves, but we should rather take this event to encourage ourselves, and that we should encourage ourselves and others that we will be able to overcome this and able to live as normal life as we did before. So please do not panic, and please overcome this, defeat this disease which is disturbing the humanity, and be in service for the others, for those needies, and try to help others, and try to take care of yourself and to take care of others. And at last, I would like to thank the International Buddhist Confederation for facilitating this online program, because we cannot get together, right? So they are, putting this program online so that we can reach out to all of you. So thank you very much, IBC. Thank you, everyone. Tashitile.
Coming up next is addressed by Most Venerable Arya Wangso, Abbot, Buddha Pojari Punchai Forest Monastery of Thailand.
นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะขอนอบน้อมแด่พระมีพระภาคผู้เป็นพระอรหันตสัมมาสัมพุทธเจ้าพระองค์นั้น Hail to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha as a Vipassana master from Thailand and a spiritual leader in Jammu Davipa. I humbly pay my respect to Buddhist Sangha from all nations on this occasion of World Vesak Bhucha. May I invite Buddhists and people around the world now facing a common global crisis be offered their homage to Lord Buddha, who gave mankind the brightness of the right wisdom based on the Four Noble Truths supremely enlightened by himself. His Dhamma has brought untold benefit to people in all eras. The 84,000 categories can be collected into one key sentence. Sabbe Dhamma Narang Apinivesaya. on things should not be clung to. This law of anatta indicates the truth that on things in nature are not under the power of anyone to be. Commanded as desire, everything including our life, must ultimately be given back to nature. In the end, it's just emptiness, nothing of substance can be found. In Idapayata Paticcasamuppada Dhamma principle of Buddhism, the Buddha or the Buddha expounded the natural law of truth that therein monks. The instructed noble disciple attain dependent origination itself. Thus, when this exists, that come to be, with the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. This natural law applies to every matter in human life. There is no coincidence. Nothing comes about because of destiny or any kind of supernatural power. It arises from our present action, which we must bear the reason right at that moment. In this world or in life, there is only suffering that arises, and suffering that passes away. Nothing else exists. This Dhamma truth is the precious treasure for mankind, who strive for true deliverance from suffering. In Buddhism, we are taught to have the right view, according to the Four Noble Truths that Dukkha Satcha, Samudaya Satcha, Nirodha Satcha, and Magga Satcha, or the suffering, cause of suffering, extinction of suffering, path to the extinction of suffering. This Dhamma fully enlightened by Lord Buddha on Vesak Buddha Day has encouraged humanity to develop mindfulness and wisdom, cultivate their mind to realize the right wisdom by having faith in the development potential of human being, to liberate themselves from the bondage of worldly condition or lokadhamma. Therefore, Vesak Buddha Day deserves to be revered as day of liberation for world being by truly peaceful means. This is particularly so in the declaration of truth that all problems can be extinguished by wisdom. The global COVID-19 pandemic or any other disease and harm can certainly be managed if mankind can, one, attain to, second, understand, and third, develop along the principle of cultivating mindfulness and wisdom. And now, on this important occasion in the International Day of Vesak Buddha, we are forest monks from Thailand. We are forest monks from Thailand, and the Buddha Sangha in Buddhism, having set our mind to make a determination, respectfully invite the most noble triple gem to protect Buddhists and people around the world to be free from all disease and harm, and be able to liberate themselves from suffering with the development of wisdom. Siddha Mattu, Siddha Mattu, Siddha Mattu. Idang parang. Etasming ratanatayasming sampasatanaketaso, with complete confidence in the triple gem, may our determination be fully accomplished. Sabba Buddha ขานุภาเวนะสัพพะธัมมานุภาเวนะสัพพะสังฆานุภาเวนะบุตตรัตนังมรัตนังสังฆรัตนังตินนังรัตนานังอนุภาเวนะจตุรสีติสัทธมขันธานุภาเวนะปิตกัตยานุภาเวนะจินนสาวกานุภาเวนะสัมเพเตโรคาสัพเพเตพยาสัพเพเตอันตรายาสัพเพเตอุบันดาวาสัมเพเตดุลนิมิตตาสัพเพเตอวมังคลาวินาสันตุอายุวัฏทโกธนวัฏทโกสิริวัฏทโกยสวัฏทโกปรวัฏทโกวันวัฏทโกสุขวัฏทโกโหตุสัพพดาดุขคโรคพยาเวราโสกาสตุจุบัตดาวาอเนกาอันตรายาปิวินาสันตุจเตชัสสาชยสิทธิทนังลาพังโสถิงพระขยังสุขังบัลลังสิริอายุจวันโนจะโพคังวุฒที่จะยสวาสตวสาจะอายุจะชีวสิทธิปวันตุเตภวตุสัพบมังกรังรังคันตุสัมบเดวตาสัมบบุตธานุภาเวนัสดาโสทิภวันตุเตภวตุสัมบมังกรังรังคันตุสัมบเดวตาสัมปธัมมานุภาเวนัสดาโสทิภวันตุเตภวตุสัมบมังกรังรังคันตุสัมบเดวตาสัมปสังฆานุภาเวนัสดาโสทิภวันตุเตสุขิโหตุสุขิโหตุสุขิโหตุ
I take this opportunity to convey my warmest greeting to the people of the world and all the fellow Buddhists on this auspicious Vesak Poornima day. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the International Buddhist Confederation IBC for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. This auspicious occasion, I also like to compliment IBC for the innovative idea to celebrate Vesak Poornima online and help come Buddhists on the world together at this otherwise gloomy time. As we all know, the whole world is under due to coronavirus pandemic. At this moment, I am reminded of the teaching of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, when His Holiness said that in this time of crisis, prayer alone is not enough, and we need to fight coronavirus with compassion. This is so true. Well, we are all suffering at this moment. I also feel that this is an opportunity for us to introspect and under the true meaning of Lord Buddha teachings. In normal time, the Vesak Poornima is an occasion for celebration, but today the day is giving us an opportunity to understand the true meaning of Lord Buddha teachings. This is also an occasion to reflect deeply on our relationship with the nature and environment and to learn how to coexist with nature. I therefore call upon you all to spare some moment to think about it. At this crisis-ridden situation, let us therefore help each other and especially take care of poor and vulnerable. As human beings, we have the capacity to use our minds to conquer anger and greed and cultivate generosity and goodwill for all sentient beings. Once again, on behalf of the people of Ladakh and on my own extend to you all our greeting on the auspicious occasion of Vesak Poornima. I offer my prayer for the well-being of all sentient beings. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya.
And now we have special Pirit chanting from Ruwanveli Mahasaya in the sacred and historic Anuradhapura Stupa premises in Sri Lanka.
All the viewers of IBC live streaming. I'm Reverend Malia V. Piratana, an executive committee member of IBC from Anuradhapura. Anuradhapura is now a World Heritage Site, which was the center of Theravada Buddhism for centuries in the past. In this Anuradhapura city, there are many great religious places like Jayasri Mahabodhi, Ruwanveli, Tuparami, Mirisavati, Abhigiriya, etc. From this great ancient city Anuradhapura, we are going to add our blessings to the entire world. As we are aware, there is a great disaster in the world due to the corona pandemic. As Buddhists, it is our duty to invoke blessings to those who are suffering from this coronavirus. It is our duty to bless them for the speedy recovery. There are many who are struggling day and night for the recovery and also to give the relief for those who are suffering from this coronavirus. It is our time to invoke blessings for those who are actually involving in protecting the lives of people. From this great day, on the eve of Vesak, we commemorate the birth of Prince Siddhartha, enlightenment, and the passing away of the Buddha. From IBC, we are going to add blessings for the corona victims by chanting Pirit from this great city Anuradhapura at the foot of Ruwanveli. I invite all the viewers of IBC live streaming to join with the chanting of Pirit. We add our blessings for those who breathe their last due to coronavirus. May all of them attain Nibbana and never face such untimely deaths in future. May those who are suffering at the moment from this coronavirus find speedy recovery with the blessings of Triple Gem and the chanting of Pirit. I also add the blessings to those who are actually involving in protecting the lives of people from this coronavirus. There are many who struggle day and night, doctors, nurses, and many people. They need the blessings from the Triple Gem. We chant Pirit now and add our blessings with the power of the blessings of Spirit. Jai Sri Mahabodhi in Anuradhapura, the relics of Ruanvelisaya. With the power of all these, we add our blessings. May all those who are facing critical conditions with the coronavirus find speedy recovery. May all of you have a peaceful Vesak. May the Triple Gem bless all of you. Now I invite all the viewers, please join with the chanting of Spirit from Anuradhapura, from this great ancient city. May the Triple Gem bless all of you. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Itipiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vidyacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu purisa dhamma sarati satta deva manussanam buddho bhagavati swakhato bhagavata akaliko ehi pasiko panayiko paccattam veditammo vinnyo hiti supatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho yupatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho nyaya patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho yadidam chattari purisa yugani atta purisa pungala esa bhagavato savaka sangho ahuneyo pahuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anuntaram punyam kettan lokansati Sanjavanjena sattite hotu sambada etena sanjavanjena sattite hotu sambada etena sanjavanjena sattite hotu sambada Karaniya matta kusalena yang tang santang padang apisamecca sakko joja sujoja suaco canta muduvanati mani santunna koja subaroja abdhijjoja sallavta mundi santindriyoja nipakoja abbalabbo kulesu ananugindo nacakuddang samacari kinciyena vinnyo pare upadeyam sukino vake mino hantu sabbe sattva bhavantu sukhitanva eke cipana bhutan vetata vatavaravan veseka digavaye mahantava majjimālasya kānukatura dittavaye vaddittaye ca dure vatanti avidure bhutava sambhave siva sabbe satta bhavantu sukhitanva naparo paranniko vyeta nāti manyeta kattacinam kanti vyārosana patiga sanyānāñi manyassa dukkha vitteyya mātā yatāni amputtam āyusā eka putte manurakke evampi sabba bhūtesu māna sambhāvaye aparimanam mettam ca sabba lokasmiन् māna sambhāvaye aparimanam adoca tiriyanca asambhādam averang asapantam tintam charanni sinno
สยานโนวายาเวทันสวิกตมินโดเอตังสติงอดิเตยรักมเมตังวิหารังนิดมาโหติตินจังปกรรมสีลวาดัสเนนสัมปันโนกามิสุวินิยเกตังไนจาตุกัมเบเสยังกุณเรติติเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะสุตติเตโหตุสัมปดาเอเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะสุตติเตโหตุสัมปดาเอเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะสุตติเตโหตุสัมปดามหาการุณิโกนาโตอิตายสัมปทานินัมปุเรตวาปารมีสัมปันโตสัมโพธิมุตตมังเอเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะโหตุเตจายมังคลังจายันโตโพธิอามูเลสักยานันนันติวัจโยเอวังตุยหังจโยตุจยัสตุจายมังคลังสักกัตวาบุตเตรัตนังโยสดังมุตตมังวรังอิตังเดวมนุสสานังบุตเตเตเจนะสุตตินานัสสันตุปัตตวาสัมเดทุกขาอุปสัมมินตุเตสักกัตวาธัมมรัตนังโยสดังมุตตมังวรังมณิลาอุปสัมมนันตัมเมเตสุตตินานัสสันตุปัตตวาสัมเบมยาอุปสัมมินตุเตสังขันวาสังเดโอเสดังมุตตมังวรังอาหุเนยัมปาหุเนยัมสังเกเตเจนะสุตตินานัสสันตุปัตตวาสัพพิโรกาอุปสัมมินตุเตยังกินจิรัตนังโลเกวิญญติวิวิธาปุโตรัตนังบุตตสมันนันติตัสมาสุตติภวันตุเตยังกินจิรัตนังโลเกวิญญติวิวิธาปุโตรัตนังธัมมสมันนัตติตัสมาสุตติภวันตุเตยังกินจิรัตนังโลเกวิญญติวิวิธาปุโตรัตนังสังฆสมันนัตติตัสมาสุตติภวันตุเตนัตติเมสรณังอัญญังบุตโตเมสรณังวรังเอเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะโหตุเตจายมังคลังนัตติเมสรณังอัญญังธัมโมเมสรณังวรังเอเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะโหตุเตจายมังคลังนัตติเมสรณังอัญญังสังโฆเมสรณังวรังเอเตนะสัจจวัจเยนะโหตุเตจายมังคลังกัตติยักขภูตานัมปาปังกานิบารณาปริตตัสสานุภาเวนะอันตุเตสังปันเตลักกัตติยักขภูตานัมปาปังกานิบารณาปริตตัสสานุภาเวนะอันตุเตสังปันเตเวนักกัตติยักขภูตานัมปาปังกานิบารณาปริตตัสสานุภาเวนะหัมตุเตสังปัตเตสัพพิติโยวิวัจจันตุสัพพะโรโควินัสสตุมาเตภวัตตันตรายโยสุขีติกายุโกภเวภวตุสัพพะมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพะเทวตาสัพพะพุทธานุภาเวนะสดาสุตติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพะมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพะเทวตาสัพพะธัมมานุภาเวนะสดาสุตติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพะมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพะเทวตาสัพพะสังฆานุภาเวนะสดาสุตติภวันตุเตอากาสัทธาจบุมมัตตาเทวานากามหินติกาปุญญันสังอนุโมทิตวาจิรังรักขันตุโลกศาสนังอากาสัทธาจบุมมัตตาเทวานากามหินติกาปุญญันสังอนุโมทิตวาจิรังรักขันตุลังเทศนังอากาสัทธาจบุมมัตตาเทวานากามหินติกาปุญญันตังอนุ
चिरं रक्षन्तु मां परन्ति देवो वसतु कालेन तस्य सम्पन्तिः तु च वेतो भवतु लोको च राजा भवतु धम्मिको.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have for you a specially dedicated Vesak song titled Tri Ratna, a homage to the Triple Gems. This song is by Ani Choing Drolma, who is the UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador Nepal and IBC Global Envoy.
Ha 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 ha. Buddha Ratna, Dharma Ratna, Sangha Ratna hun, तीनै रत्नलाई नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार. प्राणी सबै बराबर है, बराबरै गर व्यवहार. प्राणी सबै बराबर है, बराबरै गर व्यवहार. भन्ने पहिलो रत्न बुद्ध हुन्. बुद्धलाई मेरो नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार. बुद्ध रत्न, धर्म रत्न, संघ रत्न हुन्. तीनै रत्नलाई नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार. बिना बादल आकाश हेरा, बाँच त्यस्तै चित्त लिएर. बिना बादल आकाश हेरा, बाँच त्यस्तै चित्त लिएर. भन्ने दोस्रो रत्न धर्म हुन्. धर्मलाई मेरो नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार. बुद्ध रत्न, धर्म रत्न, संघ रत्न हुन्. तीनै रत्नलाई नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार. अनित्यको बुझेर स्वभाव, त्याग न लौ त्याग अहङ्कार. अनित्यको बुझेर स्वभाव, त्याग न लौ त्याग अहङ्कार. भन्ने तेस्रो रत्न संघ हुन्. संघलाई मेरो नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार. बुद्ध रत्न, धर्म रत्न संघ रत्न हुन् तीनै रत्नलाई नमस्कार 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 नमस्कार
We now bring to you address by Most Venerable Bhante B. Sri Saranankara Nayaka Mahathero, Chief Monk, Judiciary of Malaysia, Sentul Temple, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, who is also the Joint President of IBC.
Brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, Vesak celebration this year very special, commemorating birth, enlightenment and passing away. Look at great sacrifice done by the Buddha, not only one life, many life period. Buddha was born as a human being, but external ordinary human being. He had the external ordinary human being. He developed the wisdom within many life period. Achievement of Buddhahood is not overnight. The great sacrifice done by the Buddha, various births, we know very well. To commemorate such a wonderful day, as a followers, as a Buddhist, this Vesak, I think, they're giving the message very clear. Other years, what we do it, we have fully occupied our time to organize colorful ceremony, Vesak plot, Vesak procession, making lantern, making pandal, huge pandal, 1,000 light up, spend months before Vesak, easy 2 to 3 months period. Some temple, some Buddhist centers involving for the decorating and to get ready for this particular Vesak day. But this Vesak, we are not going to do any of all those activities which we used to do it in the previous years. We are unable to do it any of all the activities. That means the nature is very important. We can look in what Buddha really asked us to practice. Buddhist core value to develop inner spiritual value. We're looking forward. The spiritual growth, it doesn't come automatically. You may kneel down million times to Buddha, chant the sutras, do the Vesak plot, organizing various religious activities. But if you didn't put into the practical side, the wisdom never ever able to get into your mind. A lot of knowledgeable people in the society. Buddhist texts, they are very knowledgeable. They can give the beautiful, the talk, the lectures. But that's knowledge. That knowledge we had to put into the practical side in order to develop the wisdom. Every one of us. I personally believe it. This is a giving beautiful wake-up call for all of us to seriously look into our inner development, inner spiritual growth. Consider this Vesak. You are limited space you can able to move in the temple or the center or the house. Very, very few people are going to celebrate. But celebration, we can do it very meaningful way. Buddha sacrificed many life, practice many life cycles. Commemorating such an important day, if we go into the whatever knowledge you gathered, whatever talk listen, whatever spiritual practices you done, whatever retreat, discussion, Dhamma talk you attend, collective all those information in your own mind. This Vesak put into the practical side. You able to find a lot of joy when you are in silence, when you are looking into your own breathing. Inhale, exhale, rising and falling your breath. Message is very clear. When you are peaceful, when you are calm, when you are mindful, when you are look into the very seriously your mind, then lot of answers are coming into yourself. This is not the miracle things. Each and everyone are able to reach that mental stage. Brothers and sisters, this Vesak is a giving opportunity for us to share your knowledge, put into the practical side in seriously this period. Get together your family members, friends. Seriously look into that spiritual growth, spiritual development. Buddhists believe greatest for gaining. Physical well-being, very important. Physical well-being alone is not enough. Physical well-being to get many ways. We require equally mental well-being to take care. Mental well-being to take care, how we are going to take care? Our own practices to strengthen your mind. And third thing, we strongly believe it, social well-being. To be socialized, to carry, to love your good friends, relatives as others. This is also good opportunity. Now, today, many methods to reach out to your close one. Social media, Facebook, WhatsApp. Share your knowledge with all those information, right information, positive information to develop in their mental strength. That's very important. Then the last one, what you do it, automatically your spiritual well-being to take care, which is today relevant. This Vesak celebration, the practical spiritual well-being to look in very seriously. Using this opportunity, take it as very positive manner. This is a good opportunity for you to develop the wholesome kusal thought in your own mind. Practice very important. With the practitioners, it's not difficult to go through this period. With the practitioners, you're able to influence others, your family members, to go this path. It's good to you, it's good to your children, good to your others. Grown up, grow up. very strong spiritual, mental energy in your heart, in your mind, in your house, at home, in village, country, the whole world. There's a beautiful generosity at this particular moment, what you can give to the whole mankind. That's the greatest benefit. I highly appreciate IBC, International Buddhist Confederation, looking seriously this message, this Vesak celebration in this manner. Highly appreciated. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. May the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha shower upon each and every one, bless upon each and every one of your well-being for happiness. Thank you very much.
We now bring to you address by His Eminence, the 4th Choktrul Gyang Khang Rinpoche, Chief Abbot, Palyul Namdroling Monastery, Karnataka, India.
Darin de Zongtong Longten di ani sensi langken changma lola ya nge thomar ani chamde dash dele shwe yin an danda nga gi nyentong di shusa de jabje dewar shiba thong buchi chogi densa namro ling endi ta chidong gubja tuchu resum lola cha tabshawa cha de yore tene ta da nindong nishu parla ta lo ngapchu ngadun seji songsenbegi gamba cha de yore ti nala ta da nga del de yo ba songchan dine nindong de ani shugye an nindong de shue ge zo de an da zamling nangbi jachi 초비 ngone en tanda sanje ge thungkar ge nimo dan tap tune ani sanje ge songjabe ge chamche ge labja de dengyo ina yang de thone ani chendro pa do meba chila phento jung sembare en tata ina yang ani chendro pa do meba chila phento jung dan jung sembare te maumba ina ya di thone phento ja chembuji yongge yoba songza en tindigi sanje gi songshabe labja de ani tukap de dan tyunche ne ani tsikhashi ji shegu gure sone kanawa na ji en tari nge de ani jachi nambi ani chobe kodik shungen namba yongla ani tuji che shwa dan chapji ten tanda ngarancho an zambuling di ta toyib ki nem ki chengi zambuling chen yong la ani kange hachang ki shuk chenboji the dan the shimba re ani mi mangboji la nem te ta mi member saya sum la zela di nem de ani phone kange the dan the shimba re te 망보지 다 젠람도 줄sem바레 야 망보지 야 아니 자제야 용기여 대바레 간다르다 디 네임 되기 젠기 엔다다 잠링 자치 토네 아니 강에 하장게 슈쳔보 아니 반조라야 도포 하장게 슈쳔보 내가 나지 롭주 망보지 아니 토름 롭달라야 드로마토야 ani jirim lobda mambochi go jab de goya kantarya ta di neyam tegi ta mirik tang jakab yewa mebi thone ani zambuling chen yong la ta kange jinga la long devi dukab chi cha de yore tene de ko la ta nga nambe gi jenju ji yimbi chane ani nambe gi tadang ge thone ani de ko la samno khande tang go gore sne shiva ina tat ngaransogi tatigi netante sanje chomden degi lo nintong ngabjage ngonle ani dindigi netang song simbachire 가래서나 산지 점된 되기 토마르 최송비 감나 아니 뉴제 탐제 아니 메타베기 란진레스 다른 대보 참보 지부 여나 산이 강에 동아르게 나나 롱시그레스 다른 강에 동아르 세 매바지여나 산이 가와다 지바 대윙알라 네 드로아야 용시그레스 대 인디언 두제게 최대라 딱바템바 강야 요마레스 가리나야 용시바지레스 네 산지게 송유디 당한저 남베기 최진행지 인디 대 산지게 송라 이치기 유디 다대 가리나 용시바지레스 네 삼노코레티 아니 개체주지 자기요레 다양 가시게 삼그레 가리나 용세바지레스 다대 레레스 네 산지게 송샤기 유디 다 남비기 최 진행 속에 페제티 콜라 에너지 펜예 파샤 아니 데 콜라 랍자데 아니 랍자 친지록바 다 강에 태에 된소 내 나사 된소 담제 제왕함이 레레스는 파 레콜라 파 카트네 유샤한다고 양나네 데 칼라 아니지 토르마 자에레 도바 자에레 아니 푸자베레 나 된데기 차 전부 제대바이나 대기 다루레스네 된데지 셰르마도 아니 제 아니 요 말레스네 된데기 랍게 주레 삼제네 망체와지기 삼노 코르게 때 문에 남비기 젠주 인켄지기 대sam지기 아니 남비기 셰당 차요 말에 아니 무마기 남비기 셰당 때다 산지 점된 대기 아니 두제기 최다 계지기 지드레기 란신지 레스네 송인데 당하란서 때 나란서 미세나라 용대지 차요래 배낭하란서 잠불린디 미탐제 제와 생차 오다 닌 델룸 메바 세모야 녀룸 메바 지네 드레싱 지네 로데 고야데 조데 다 대보지보 약보지 소소라 펜토야지다 소소 주너롱지 소소라 약보지기 용나 삼박이 드레싱게 가는 로데 요르데 이나양 가실라 다 대보 참보 지보 약보 아니 제 된대기 레용도 다대 긴주와데 아니 가조이나 다동이나 고구도 다동이나 고구도 삼는 아란 속에 아니 츠미에 매와지라 아니 로데지 차거요래 대양 단 뉴시기 최 아니 주비 최전인 바지 아니 아란 속에 미세나라 용대지 차거요래 대대 나신 전에 되니 아란 속 미세나라 아니 지 강에다 동할지 나라 홍인데 다 된대기 강에 동할 때야 마 매바차로 차나 삼체네 테네 류다 셈니기 토네 강에 제래운데 다 강에 대 동래 마토바 제네 아니 지 강에 대 나라 아니 미세 조로고에 중해야 하장게 망보여래 땡아란 속에다 남백이 최네 셰샤바 지고 말을 단단아란 속에 아니 지 미람당 문숨도 다 통신바 용신바지 차대요래 다 된대 인도 땅 말한 속이 코비기 최대다 동할당 주리 최전다 된대기 란진이나 다 삼노 코리아 요 말을 왜서 될라 땅 안주 삼노 땅초 요 말을 왜서 대 삼노 땅초대 네바도 요 대와지레 에는 가란조 로아 밀라 다 로아 셴기 셈젠레 락바지 땅 가란조라 요대 남주지 차요래 된대 인도 남주대 배제 땅위 토네 대 강에 동아지 태바이나 남주의 배제 땅에 강에 동아 대응하라 롱 마토야 갈실 롱아이나야 강에 동아 대기 대가지 지가란솔라 강에 동아 저 마토와 메바 대가 나신 다 데네 덴로 지보 약보지 중앙이나야 데라 에너지 대 짜는 주로 매봐 오다 대응하라 나라 미세대 대응하라다 자자자 도토예지레 삼네 로테양 제마토야 다대 남시 해봐 매봐 말한솔라 가르차용 세 하고토야 요 말에 삼네 삼노 코로와이나 에너지 말한속에 당보기 삼로 나라 아니 딘디기 지된지 요와이나 다 강에 직 태용나야 될라 할래 지당 아니 지 대보 지부 시부지 용와이나 대체매 받다 지 가데 지 쿠마투에 딘디기 다직 갈서 그래 초반 넘버 딘디기 토는 로마고와지 중앙이나 대 당봉하는 쪽에 지된 약수지 차기열에 되네 대 토네 아니 가란 쪽 로아 미시 미찬네 아니 소소기 남주 배주 땅위 토네 아니 가란 쪽에 촌내대 아니 약부지 용화지당 아니 강에서에 삼노코에 하장이 개천부래 다디 삼노데 간데땅고 그러잖아 아니 가란서 남백이 최내 최탐지 아니 땡진 대화를 중화 생계지다 지편 지도 지라 지된 샤다인데 되는 가란서 다대기 내단 딜라 차샤와이나 잠불링 디 토라 다지 반절 롱초그 토네 종교 하장 지게르니까 그 토네야 하장의 강에 전부 중심받지 차되기 그래 이나양 강에 전부 중샤와대 당하란 속에 강에 중구도 삼제네 셈바 고도보 제와다 대 강에 대 동래 마투바지네 대대와이나 당하란 소 로아 임비 로아 미지 임비 차네 에네 미고제 두고요 말에 대대인데 다 딘디기 강에 대 레온이 갑라 다 penangaranso namba sanjiba le junde khelengenji gi ngoine sheba ina ta tanda zamlingi netan di thone ta chimde gi kaja daga najin roong gi kadom tede mangbo ji leonde tenden chi gerni ga la panjo gi thole na jonggu chembo jin ru yorete ina yang ta samno tha ringsa ji la teba ina teni tanda 다디기 내당 디토네 에네지 ngaran sogi 코리우이나레 테 ngaran sogi 데사기 다 롱발라 삼노 당와이나레 테 강지 토네 다 삼노 자 쳔보지 ngaran 속 땡땡 코리아 요데바지 차기요레 벤나 다 다디기 벤나 침되기 까자레 에네지 듬두기 까돔레 에네지 소소기 총레 에네지 레가 망부지 쇼 아니 강에 망부지 용기여데 이나양 아니지 나란조 남바 산지바 레 준테 켄 랭겐지 인디 아니 소소라 딘디기 주노 롱슈 소에게 소남당 소소라 딘디기 아니 소넴 소데 소남 요와이나 아니 다른 말하나 산이 라스기레 산이 말하나 나니 라세지 차기요리 다 딘디기 소세 소데 사남 메 댕겐지 이나 다지 말한 좀 잠불랭긴 고체 두주 까돔레 가르체 대바 이나양 네 소소 메조 가서 제 대바 이나양 아니 두비에 메 대바 아니 지 강에랑 알아 로데지 임바데 말한서 통치 다 용주도 차 대바 딘디 차 대결에 대인데 대인배 차내 이나양 아니 지 소소게 셈 나라 강에 당 셈바 마치바 당 셈바나 강에 동는 제 메토바에 개요 말에 아니 락바르도 땡아란소 다디기 내당라볼라 차샤 송아이나 아니 지 내기 강에 태샤와레 내가 나지 천기 까와 강에 태샤와 망보지 종사와레 베나 뒤랍 주지 예멘 된조라양 아니 지 내암 된데기 다 유럽 초라 미사야 자네 니자파 아니 젠람소 로샤와 된데지 쳔보지 말한소 내암기 강에 대 얼마이나 로지토네 중심바지레 내가 나지 아니 지동급자 좁제 예멘 대화라양 다 참릉기 내 된데지네 다와 두 나로양 다미 사야 납주네 아니 사야 니슈장아 딘데엔체양 다 내동수 로샤와지 차디요레 다 딘데 대가 나신 전에 알아서 아니 마체 방보레 마체 이비감나에나 로 심제 망보직 세소 아니 쇼요레 딘딜레 때바이나 다다기 내단데 아니 조 아니 자갑기 우티기 겐당 아니 자갑기 아니 가르서 그래 디지다 아니 트레딩기 아니 팀 라레 마란조 출신도 따와게 쟁기 엔 다다 벤처에 있나야 되사 된조 제와이나 다다 강에 대가서 마란조 롱요 말에 대점도 마세 아니 뭐 뒤랍 주지 예매기 뒤져당 아니 된대기 삼노 땅서 다다게 마란조 아니 잠불링기 아니 지 중업부 돈에 이나야래 아니 지 강지기 돈에 이나야 세리기 돈에 이나 야지 할래기 야지 뉴세 첨부진 로데여도 데이터네 이나야 알아서 강에대 아니지 강존조 세트웨지레마도 강에대 잔에 셈마 투데야 아니지 타지도 강행 안에 홍내 랑마 투야지 차야지 용거여 말에 단단 잠링 가와 가사나야 되기 다 내암텔라 응원고 제레 내암텔레 드레기 아니 맹기 리야 망보게 다 지 메소 남겨래 다 된대 인도 지 나란서 된대기 돈에 있나야 아니 하장기 가르쳐 그래 뒤져대 아니 오늘전에 년탕 젠지 레데 있나야 돼서 던져고 관계 다다 나란서 디가지기다 샘페 제고에 매완다고지 차대요래 아니 조진에 땅 나란서 망보직 다 주로 레간도 초고요 말에 아니 다 침나라 대고 그래서는 각자된데 레온데 대가란서 셈나라 아니 지 나란조 최 쟁겐지 이나 다텔라 쟁에 조샤르다보다 오다 최 마쟁겐지 이나야다 된대기 쟁에 바데 다 돌런 로츠와지 나란조 소해데 하샹게 계점부래 대배나 최 쟁겐소 이나 다 남지 라발롬nye 이나야 제레 아니 하 냠바 다에 이나야레 아니 지 냠랭기 리나야 다 가디 이나야 지 제고 삼체네 알아서 제기 뒤적에 당거요 말에 아니 메세데 드레싱 시부지 하나 더 되게요 고가비야 라기요 말에 다 단디기 내당 침대기 까지 디올라 아니 지 판도 소원 초고요 말에 된대기 내당라 삼도당소안에 소소 뭐네 터네 냠랭 제라 고갑 하장게 상보 고갑 하장게 약보 직라 배제 땅소와이나 앵가란서 뒤적에 토라 만로와 되저때 이네 가르쳐 그래 쟁에 아니 최선 로토와지 최바속에는 제토외지 고갑지 차대요래 대 고갑대 최바속에 아니 예벌도 담진난제네 고갑대 렌토바 제지당 대 최바 마행겐 소이나야 다 뒤준도네 소소게 남매냠도야 르르치네 대롱 용거요 말에 내가 나신 전에 소소 내가당 대대지는 레콘란 로고고요디 아니 지 미세데 드레싱 강네 로데지 인디 다 다되게 내당인데 다지 레콘란 로초고요 마데인데 소소 남미다 렌도야 다 뒤져 땅네 아니 지 냠십제게 고가비야 하장게 야보지라고요래 대나신 전에 아니 지 랑기 류라이나야 다 최대 제기 남진 고갑라고요 말다 된되게 최대 제 류 정달 제 드레지네 야보지 제송아이나 나란조 단다 침대가 가자이나야다 단 롱게 가동 된조 이나야 아니 지 배제 야보지란 로토와 지 아니 소소 삼노 땅와이나 된데 차 되지래 나란조 단다 번도 반절 롱주 야보 자첨보 지 로데에 대한 다 미기 소샤와지 차고요 다 미대 아니 지 가르쳐 그래 내 매바 대치 편숨 속바치 미기 르보 탕보 야부지 용마도나 아니 반절 롱쉐 엔수 대다게 릭대 나란 속에 룩투에 요 말에 미기 르보 대보 탕보 야부지나 아니 반절 롱쉐 자첨보지 아니 룩투에지다 등은 룩샤와데 미기 룩샤와인데 대 나란 속에 미 린탕다 미 채소데 하장게 개첨보인데 안 다되게 내단 데일 기 갑라 아니 지 시부직 센터 강라 제마 고엔라부지 차게요래 아니 조진에 가란서 미인로하게 아니 지 드레싱 당 아니 저널 론체 드웰라 지 딜라지 랑네 로샤용데 아니 잠링게 코리울라야 가란서 삼노 짠네 당게요 말에 아니 바나 잠소이나래 아니 잠불링게 초 이나래 주추 이나래 탐제 지 바소 다직 된대지네 소샤게요래 대 다다라고 이나 단 가르쳐 그래 루주기 다 고려 탐제 아니 가돔 제작이 요디 아니 지 남래이나 남강 홍보 통토야 요바 사지이나야 아니 텔라메바 짱마 근데 용에 대한 다지 내갑지 링라 아니 잠불링 사이콜라 디양 아니 지 바조 메바 짱셀 드토에지기 아니 고갑 야부지라 아니 삼노 땅와이나 용대와지 차이데 요디 아니 지 가란조고 삼노데 지 미 남주데 배제 땅위 토네 아니 지 딘데기 강에 태선다 딘데기 두고 차송 세네 삼노 땅 먹외라고 지다 대가란조기 뒤제데 다시 뒤제데 강에 뒤제 탑도 시부징아래 아니 제고송 삼바다고 마임버 가란조 미 남주여비 차네 아니 뒤제라 그랑 상행세 지요 말은 가란조 미 남주여기 토네 뒤제 엠바데 야고서야다 아니 쟁엠바데 장부초라 드로트웨지 말한서 미 남주디 배제탕위 전에 용토에지인데 아니 넘버런지 장마기 셈두당 아니 지셈타 통통라 삼노당데 마임버 아니 셈노데 구양사 셈바 구양보제 미장데 타른고라 따네 아니 지 소소기 아니 공바포초레 삼노당초레 딘디지니 드로토소아이나 아니 제 강에당 된조기 릭데 동len체 메토바 강야 요 말에 대 조조데 아니 류라 트레덴체리 아니 자카브라나 소소기다 트레덴기 아니 람레 아니 트레덴체초 고르덴조 탐제 당 예버도 마란조 담진체레 소소 랑된 랑치기 고네 아니 난괴지레 마도 네 미랭오레기 딘데기 투쇼 로스와이나 엔데기 네암테 양 찹쳔본 로치네 미망무지라 강에 태지인데 아니 지 가르체사다 타 랭살라 사몬다네 다른 뒤저 통동데라 강에당 아니 지 당len제 마토반다고 마임바 딘데기 다디기 강에 당len 충충되게 마음바나 공반 딘체 아니 체사질란 로토에지다 마음바나 야제 체사질라 로투기 여바지다 마음바나 다디기 강에 대기 아니 가르사고래 냠뇽라고 사네 마음바나 공반 든체 다 약보지 용토에지라 아니 로토와지 조 삼네 아니 참에게 딘데기 투자나에 대 하장기 개점부리 되니 뒤제 망보메와 임바 송사 아니 망보 슈금에 아니 락바르도 아란조 최전gen지 있는 존때 아니 최제비까라 아니 지금 메라 잠제제레 semjen 탐제 아니 동하지 주단 타워 주지세야 나지 대와다 대위 주단 덴버 주지 송바 나신 지네 다 칸에 셰바다 몰람 잡아 잠지기다 벤토기요 말에 아니 칸에 셰 몰람야 잡 아니 무슨 라렌 따레기 고갑 유위까라 아니 탐제기 아니 하루 바루기 토네 아니 지 타나 미망 냠타 땅원에 전에 가시 니마레레레네 초와제네 로공에 딘데기 리고 망보질랑 원에 전에 다다강에 태단 태신바 차되게 여르때 이나야다 딘데기 리라 나란속이 아니 지 소속이 라니 강조게 다페나 나란속이 내 예연기 건바레 아니 망보지기 다 미망 냠타 초라이나 댕아이나야 원에 지 의기 토네 이나레 아니 지 사자기 토네 이나야 망보로람 지여레 먼저 건빙원에 이나야 다 딘데기 로람 자첨보 강토둡지 아니 조여레 아니 나랑 게르긴원에 이나야 아니 지 미망 직동 하즈질라 데 소소 원에 이나야 지 반조롱시 시부 여비기 준센다보다 개 말에데 소소라 요이자와데다 메라 곱샤다보 잡치네 모네타네 지게 딘데기 상지 송제비 최데 아니 몰람 답자바 자 마임바 담보랑랑기 코리우라 소소기 네콜라 요데바 덴졸라 담보 파강에세라 아니 로람 지에 덴조 아니 종송 대인데 아니 지 넘버 렌제 장막 원에 이나야 다 딘데기 마움바이나 소소기 코리우 당 소소기 네살라 요데베기 딘데기 강에 영캔 칼라사에 이나야 메와 아니 지 보고 종종 냠탁바 아니 지 밤말라에 겐고 딘데기 릭 망보 지문에 땡땡 요데요레 카카스 싱싱 된절라 따와이나 된조 탐제라 원에 다는 아란조기 원에 지 댕어이나야 딘데기 망보지기 네 가르쳐 삼바 닌제당 아니 군홍 장보당 아니 군홍 장보지기 토네 망보지라 펜도 댕어이나 두비심바레도 마움바이나 제 넘버게 된조기 토라 원에 다네 강토듭지네 아니 베졸나에 당 아니 조조데 아란조 멤버당 아니 멘샤바당 Dega najin ta sane ki korsungwa mangbo chigi ta rang sosu chik so lotang ki thone ane chik karisa gore ane tanda nayam tela ane chabir mayung wegi ane lalen tar shimba tenso thamje laya nganzo ngwene ane jesu irang shuye tang arang di taje di ju chene ane thamje che namba thangma la ane nying thakwa ne tuji che sene ane shuye tang ten nganzo gombe ngwene ina yang ta chik karisar lama la ngaranzo gomba tsoge ta yi che goye tang yi che chi cha de yore degi ina yang tenga ina yang pento mangbo chung sembari tata ina yang pento judan ju simbari tende indi ane chi ngaranzo lama la sondeb che ina yang ta nganzo gombe ngwene ina yang ta shokba sang tang tende sunye re ane chiru cha la droncho sunye re ane chi gome cha la ane benzanguru tende dranye re tende che undi benzanguru ta pena zamling ki zo neyam tenzo pa nyudu shiye zambuling shide yungwa re tenzo ku che du ta benzang guru pengang penche ina ya ta saya ja la zamji sodu shu simba re du ane tadung ina ya muntu ne sodu che tang ane teka najin nga ranzo choso ka ka mangbo chigi ina ya ta tende manzu ki rekur shuba najin che ne ane benzang guru saya pache ngab ju yeme se ji drup 대요래 된소 탐제라 이나 넘버 속에 이나 뭐와다 아니 제수 이랑 나로 지 세네 슈예다 아니 다된도 아니 잠불링디 다 대지기 빨라 롱스 쮸투비 이네 나랑 뭐네 아니 지 만든 슈예이 이네 투지체
We are going through very challenging times, as you all know, and very few venerables are allowed to perform the sacred ceremony. We are very thankful to those who are performing the ceremonies and to those who are also helping us in getting the feed. If you recall, early this morning we had some connectivity problem and could not bring you live streams of the ceremonies and prayers from Moolagandha Kuti Vihar, Sarnath. We now bring you recorded footage from Sarnath.
Dear brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, I am Buddha Priya Mahathero, President of Bangladesh Bauddha Christi Pasha Sangha, Regional Center of the World Fellowship of Buddhists in Bangladesh, and Associate Organization of IBC. On the eve of sacred Buddha Poornima, thrice sacred day of birth, enlightenment and Mahaparinirvana of Gautama, the Buddha, I convey my heartiest blissful felicitations of all people and living beings of the world for their peace, happiness and prosperity. Let all beings be free from sufferings, calamities, poverty. The whole world is now passing in a serious crisis of corona. People of all sections are suffering a lot because of this corona threat. Let the compassionate blessing of the blessed one be all of them. We must not be disappointed, but be courageous enough to overcome this fatal crisis by practicing universal loving kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. Let us follow health regulations as prescribed by the World Health Organization in our day-to-day life. Let all beings be happy.
We now have for you address by the Most Venerable Sanghasena Mahathera, founder Mahabodhi International Meditation Center, Union Territory of Ladakh, India.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhaṃ saranam gacchāmi Dhammaṃ saranam gacchāmi Sangham saranam gacchāmi. With folded hand, from the deepest of our heart, with utmost devotions and faith, we like to bow down and offer our deepest respect and gratitude at the lotus feet of the Supremely Enlightened, the Buddha. Dear seekers of truth and lover of peace, particularly the followers of our Lord Buddha, on this very auspicious day of Vesak, full moon day, I like to offer my greetings to all of you. As you all know, that the Vesaka full moon day is a very special and very auspicious for the whole world, particularly for the followers of Lord Buddha, because this Vesaka full moon day is considered the thrice blessed day. We, the follower of Buddha, celebrate the Buddha's birthday, his enlightenment and Mahaparinirvana on the same day. Therefore, on this special, the auspicious day, the Vesaka Poornima, all the Buddhists and from all the Buddhist countries across the world have a very, very special day. They all remember Lord Buddha and his teachings and offer their respect. They all spend the whole day listening to the teachings of Buddha, meditating, praying, and doing a lot of good work, a lot of charitable activities. So, normally on this special day, all the Buddhist temples, meditation centers, Buddhist centers, they have many, many programs, very elaborate programs, but this time, unfortunately, due to the lockdown because of the corona virus pandemic, we are not able to organize the Buddha Poornima day, or we are not able to celebrate the Buddha Poornima the way usually we do. However, we are very glad to know that the International Buddhist Confederations from Delhi is organizing a very big celebrations on the online, on the video conference, along with so many international Buddhist organizations across the world. I would like to express my sincere appreciation and congratulations to Most Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya and all the honorable members of the International Buddhist Confederations, Delhi, for organizing these programs. As you all know, the Buddhism has much to offer in tackling the most challenging time we are facing today, the coronavirus epidemics, particularly the Karuna, the Mahakaruna, the great compassion of Lord Buddha really can play a great role in reducing the fears, the tension, the uncertainty of life caused by this deadly coronavirus. The Lord Buddha's teachings explained so precisely and clearly such a situation, suffering and the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the way to overcome the cessation. Very scientifically, very clearly explained. So the teachings of Buddha is much more needed and much more relevant in today's time than ever before. So we, the Buddhist leaders, the Buddhist masters, the followers of Buddha, have a special responsibility to serve the humanity, to reduce the fear and worries and tension of humanity by sharing the wonderful message of love, compassion, and wisdom as taught by our great supremely enlightened master, the Lord Buddha. So I hope the Buddhist world, the Buddhist leaders can offer much needed service in today's time. I know and I'm sure many Buddhist masters organizations are doing their level best to serve the humanity in this crisis. But hope more and more Buddhist masters, Buddhist organization can come forward in tackling these unfortunate situations, the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. So let us, dear friends, come together. Let us now give more focus on the teachings of Buddha. If all human beings really look at the teachings of the Buddha carefully, we can find so much solace, so much comfort even in this crisis time, because Buddha's teachings help us to understand the true nature of existence, the true nature of our life. Once we understand the true nature of this world, the samsara and the life, then we accept it. Once we accept it, and it becomes so easy for us to accept and to face such crisis. Today, many people are suffering unnecessarily. Their fears, worries, tensions, domestic violence, and so many things are going. These are not necessary. Just we have to understand that this is part of life. Once we are born in this world, when we are part of this samsara, from time to time, such epidemics, such pandemic, such viruses are not very uncommon. Lord Buddha repeatedly mentioned, as long as we are in samsara, such things is part of the samsara. So let us come together, let us pray, let us meditate, let us understand the beautiful teachings of Buddha, and with all the love and compassion, let us share with others. Let us help others to understand the beautiful message of Buddha, the Mahakaruna, the great compassion, the loving kindness, the prajna, the wisdom, the illuminating wisdom. So wonderful teachings. I am sure we Buddhists have a great role to play in this most challenging time of coronavirus pandemic. Let us pray on this special occasion, remember our supremely enlightened masters, and offer our deepest respect and invoke his blessings upon this humanity. So may all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Devas, Nagas, saints and sages from all the directions of the universe kindly look at us and shower their blessings on the humanity and bless us with the power, strength and wisdom, skill to tackle and overcome this deadly, the ghostly coronavirus, and to bring the world to the normalcy. May all these fears, worries, tensions disappear. May true peace, happiness, harmony and love prevail all over the world. Sabbitiyo vivajantu sabbarogo vinasato mahate bhavantu antarayo sukhi digayuko bhava bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sabba dhammanubhavena sabba sanghanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te.
Yes.
We now bring to you address by Venerable Lobsang Chogni from Brazil.
Salutations to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, to the bhikshus and bhikshunis, and to all my dear friends from around the world. This is Losang Chunyi coming to you from Brazil, South America, with Association Buddha Dharma. And on this very special day of Vesak, it's so important in this great time of crisis to remember refuge in the Buddha and the Dharma and the Sangha. So when we get anxious and we get afraid, it's so important to remember to take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha to protect us from that fear, to protect us from suffering. Okay? And then on a very practical level, right? Why are we getting so anxious? Why are we so afraid? So in modern times, we're constantly checking our cell phones, we're constantly checking social media, and being exposed to all of this suffering, all of this bad news about COVID-19, all of these deaths all over the world. And this type of stimulus is too much for our mind to handle. It's too much. So the idea, the recommendation is try to reduce how much we expose ourselves to bad news. Try to reduce how much we check social media every day. Maybe just check 1 or 2, maximum 3 times a day. Just to get the most important points, the essential points to protect ourselves, to protect our family, to protect our community, our Sangha. Okay? And then the other side that's so important is we need to try to keep the mind happy and relaxed, not let the mind get too heavy, too sad, too depressed, too down, not let the mind spiral downwards. Okay? And so here it's very important to do things that make the mind happy, light, relaxed, peaceful. So my brothers and sisters in the Dharma, here is a wonderful opportunity to practice more Dharma, to find that Dharma book that we really want to read, to find that practice that really inspires us, and to do more of it, right? To do more of it, to keep the mind happy, to keep the mind peaceful. This will help our immune system so much, help us resist getting sick, help us recover quickly. And then, if we do other activities also, it's so important, for example, if we do practice of generosity, even wearing a mask to protect others, working in hospitals or providing food for others or caregiving. After we do any practice, after we do Dharma practice, study and practice the Dharma, it's so important to dedicate. Now here, we need to dedicate specifically to attain complete enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, and also to dedicate for all the people in the world who are feeling anxiety, who are feeling fear to experience peace, lasting peace. Dedicate for anyone who gets coronavirus, that may they recover immediately, so quickly, have perfect health. Dedicate for anyone who passes away from COVID-19, may they have precious human rebirth. Maybe they find the Dharma, reach enlightenment immediately. Or maybe they be reborn in a pure land, for example, a pure land of Amitabha. It's a great honor to be with you today, and thank you.
If you recall, early this morning we had some connectivity issues and could not live stream the ceremonies and prayers from the sacred gardens of Lumbini, Nepal. We now bring you recorded footage of Lumbini. In this you will see a address by Venerable Maitri Bhikkhu, Vice Chairman of the Organizing Committee of Vesak Celebrations, Nepal. We'll show you a procession of baby Buddha bathing, chanting by Chinese monks, Theravada monks chanting the Ratna Sutra, the Mahayana monks chanting, and then after that there was heavy rainfall and storm. At present also it is raining there heavily and we do not have internet connectivity. So let's see a footage from Lumbini Garden, Nepal.
नमो बुद्धाय। आज 2564औं बुद्ध जयन्ती भनेर हामीले मनाइरहेका छौं। बुद्ध जयन्ती भन्नाले भगवान बुद्धको जन्म, सम्बोधि लाभ, महापरिनिर्वाण दिवस लाई सम्झेर हामीले मनाउने गर्दछौं। त्यसको अलावा भगवान बुद्धले दीपंकर तथागतबाट पहिलोचोटि विवरण अथवा भविष्यवाणी तिमी तथागत बुद्ध हुनेछौ भनेर जुन भविष्यवाणी दिनुभएको थियो त्यो आजको दिन थियो र त्यसपछि बुद्धत्व लाभ गरेर राजगृह बसिरहनु हुँदा राजा शुद्धोधन महाराजले भगवान बुद्ध आफ्नो देशमा ल्याउनको लागि 9000 सम्म 9 जना मन्त्रीहरूलाई लिएर त्यहाँ पठाएर भगवान बुद्धलाई कपिलवस्तु आगमन गराउन खोजेका थिए। त 10औं पटक कालुदाई मन्त्रीबाट मात्र त्यो सम्भव भयो। 20,000 भिक्षुहरूका साथमा कपिलवस्तु पुग्नु भएको दिन पनि बुद्ध जयन्तीकै दिन थियो। त्यसकारण बौद्ध साहित्यमा, बौद्ध इतिहासमा बुद्ध जयन्ती धेरै महत्त्वको दिन हो। नेपालमा 2005 सालदेखि नै बुद्ध जयन्ती मनाउन थालिएको हो र त्यो बेलादेखि नै आनन्दकुटी बिहारमा सर्वज्ञ धातु प्रदर्शनी र बौद्ध आम सभा गरेर बुद्ध जयन्ती मनाउने कार्यक्रम रहेको थियो। सरकारको अनुदान समेत प्राप्त गरेर लुम्बिनीमा पनि 1998 देखि सन् 1998 देखि बुद्ध जयन्ती मनाउन थालिएको हो। यसपालि अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय बौद्ध सम्मेलन र 2564औं बुद्ध जयन्ती लुम्बिनीमा भव्यताका साथ मनाउने कार्यक्रम थियो। तर अचानक आएको विश्व महामारी कोरोनाको कारणले हामीले ती सबै कार्यक्रमहरू स्थगित गर्नु परेको अवस्था छ। कोरोना महामारी भनेको हाम्रो देशमा मात्र आएको होइन, संसारभरि नै फैलिएको छ। त्यसकारण हामी आजभोलि लकडाउनमा छौं र यो महामारी कसैलाई पछ्याएर आउँदैन, घरमा आउँदैन र हामीले आफैले ल्याए मात्र आउने हो। त्यसकारण हामी सजग भएर यसपालि बुद्ध जयन्ती आफ्नै घर घरबाट मनाउने भनेर हामीले अपिल पनि गरेका छौँ र यसपालि लुम्बिनीमा सीमित लुम्बिनी क्षेत्रभित्रका भिक्षुहरू, आनीहरू, गुरुमाहरू बसेर कम्तीमा 2 मिटर टाढा बसेर पूजाआजा गर्नेछन् र अरू ठाउँमा पनि आफ्नो आफ्नो विहारमा दूरी कायम राखेर भिक्षुहरू पूजापाठ गर्नेछन् र घर घरमा पनि बौद्ध झण्डा घरमा राखेर बुद्ध पूजा परित्राण पाठ आदि गरेर बौद्ध झण्डा दीप प्रज्वलन आदि गरेर तपाईहरुले बुद्ध जयन्तीलाई मनाउन सक्नुहुन्छ। यही अवस्था हो लकडाउनको अवस्थामा भगवान बुद्धले देखाउनु भएको चतुरार्य सत्य, आर्य अष्टाङ्गिक मार्गलाई बुझ्ने, शील सदाचारलाई बुझ्ने, दानशील भावना के हो भन्ने कुरा बुझ्ने र सबैलाई बुद्ध जयन्तीको उपलक्ष्यमा धेरै धेरै शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। नमो बुद्धाय।
No photo. No.
Vichikinchitanje silabbetam vapiyedanti Chato apaye ca vippamundo jacapitanani ababbokatung idang pisang ratanang panitang Uttitaye paricitaye susamaraddaye ime ekadasani sansapatikankati idamavoca
We now bring to you address by Professor Dr. Kuldeep Chand Agnihotri, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh.
बुद्ध पूर्णिमा या वैशाख पूर्णिमा का दिन विश्व के इतिहास का अविस्मरणीय दिन है। यह तथागत बुद्ध के जन्म का दिन भी है, उनके ज्ञान प्राप्ति का दिन भी है और उनके निर्वाण का दिन भी है। 2.5 सहस्राब्दियों से भी ज्यादा हो गया जब तथागत ने दुख निवारण का उपदेश काशी के पास सारनाथ में दिया था। बुद्ध के उपदेश का मूलाधार व्यक्ति के अपने आचरण और चिंतन पर आधारित था। यह इसी लोक में आनंद प्राप्ति की साधना थी। तथागत ने मानव के बीच उग आई क्रोध, हिंसा, असहिष्णुता, अहंकार, भोग और दुराव की कंटीली झाड़ियों को हटाने का यज्ञ शुरू किया था। यह कठिन जरूर था, लेकिन विश्व शांति का यही रास्ता था। भारतीय जीवन प्रवाह को रूढ़ियों और अंधविश्वासों की काई अवरुद्ध करने लगी थी। सहज जीवन प्रवाह जड़ होने लगा था। उस कालखंड में राज परिवार में जन्मे सिद्धार्थ ने समस्त सुख सुविधा और राजसी वैभव को त्याग कर एक नए जनपथ पर यात्रा शुरू की थी। यह नया सागर मंथन था। उस मंथन से जो जन कल्याण का अमृत निकला, आज उससे पूरा जम्बू द्वीप प्रवाहित हो रहा है। पूरा एशिया उससे आप्लावित है। उसकी शीतल वायु सप्तद्वीप नवखंड में प्रवाहित हो रही है। बुद्ध के वचन हिमालय के शिखरों को पार करते हुए सुदूर चीन, मंगोलिया, तिब्बत और रूस तक पहुंचे। मध्य एशिया में चीवरधारी भिक्षुओं ने अलख जगा दी। आधुनिक काल में भी 7 समुद्र पार करते हुए अमेरिका तक जा पहुंचे। ऐसा कैसे संभव हुआ? यह इसलिए संभव हुआ क्योंकि बुद्ध का रास्ता आत्म साधना का रास्ता है। यह सर्वेव भंतु सुखने का रास्ता है। बुद्धम शरणम गच्छामि, संगम शरणम गच्छामि, धम्मम शरणम गच्छामि का रास्ता है। धर्म की शरण ही सुखकारी है। इसी से दुख का नाश होता है। यही सनातन रास्ता है। लेकिन काल का प्रवाह इस रास्ते को समय समय पर संक्रमित करता है। आज विश्व भर में फैली कोरोना की महामारी में हमारे व्यवहार ने इसे सिद्ध कर दिया है। हजारों की संख्या में दुनिया भर में लोग मर रहे हैं, लेकिन महामारी के मूल उद्गम को छिपाने के प्रयास हो रहे हैं। मानव मात्र पाए संकट में भी विश्व भर के नीति नियंता शोषण और मुनाफे की योजनाएं बना रहे हैं। पर दुख में स्वहित की सोच, यह मानव कल्याण का रास्ता नहीं है। जब जब यह रास्ता अवरुद्ध होता है तो बुद्ध पैदा होता है। जब पूर्णिमा आती है, वही वैशाख पूर्णिमा होती है। यही अवसर है पुनः धर्म पर चलने का संकल्प लेने का। आज जब सारा विश्व कोरोना से संत्रस्त है तो यह संकल्प और भी जरूरी है। इसी संकल्प में से रास्ता निकलेगा। यही जन कल्याण का रास्ता है, यही विश्व कल्याण का रास्ता है, यही बुद्ध का रास्ता है।
Gentlemen, we now have for you closing address by Bhante Dr. Dhammapala from Malaysia, who was the former Deputy Secretary General of IBC.
Dear brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, happy Vesak. My name is Dhammapala from Brahma Vihara Monastery and Retreat Center, Malaysia. We hope you have been blessed with prayers and blessing on virtual Vesak Buddha Poornima Diwas celebration 2020 this morning. It is indeed our gratitude to express our appreciation to all those who supported and helped make this virtual Vesak celebration happen. We would not be gathered here without the government of India. So first and foremost, on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, I would like to thank the government of India for supporting the event today. We would like to highly appreciate all the holiness, all the Supreme Patriarch, Mahanayaka Theras of Theravada, Mahayana and Vajra traditions, all the Supreme Heads of different Buddhist traditions, the most eminent masters and venerables, His Excellency, ministers, members of parliament, and distinguished speakers representing different Buddhist schools and organizations from different countries to conduct ceremonies, to do the prayers and chanting, and to deliver Vesak address. We would like to thank the singing nun Ani Choing Droma from Nepal and Dharma singer and composer Imi Oi from Malaysia for their dedicated chanting and songs. This Vesak celebration is celebrated virtually in most of the Buddhist sacred sites in India. This event will be held in 3 segments, one in morning, another one in noon, and the last segment is in evening. All these 3 segments program will be live broadcast from major Buddhist sacred sites of Mahabodhi Temple, Bodh Gaya, India. Maya Devi Temple, Sacred Garden, Lumbini, Nepal. Mahaparinirvana Stupa, Kushinagar, India. Ruwaveli Mahasaya, the sacred and historic Anuradhapura Stupa, Sri Lanka. Soidagon Pagoda, Yangon, Myanmar. Stay tuned with us for more to come in the noon segment and evening segment. The noon segment includes the special broadcast of the music and dialogue, and the evening segment includes lighting ceremonies and prayers from Mahabodhi Temple, Bodh Gaya, Maya Devi Temple, Sacred Garden, Lumbini, Nepal, and Mahaparinirvana Stupa, Kushinagar, India. Happy Vesak to everyone from around the world for taking the time to participate in the virtual Vesak celebration today. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. May you be well and happy, be free from all dangers and worry.
We will conclude the morning session with closing address by Venerable Dr. Dhammapia, Secretary General, IBC.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Venerable members of Mahasangha, brothers, sisters, friends in Dhamma, we are celebrating virtual Vesak, Buddha Poornima 2020, the 7th May 2020, the full moon day of Vesak, which is known as Buddha Poornima, Vaishakhi Poornima, Buddha Jayanti, Buddha's Day, or the day of Vesak at different places, in different regions, in different countries, but all celebrate the full moon day of Vaishakha as very auspicious day, which marks the birth, enlightenment, and passing away of Sakyamuni the Buddha. On this auspicious occasion, we are celebrating virtually, unlike previous years, not keeping many programs and big crowd together. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, we are maintaining physical distance, social distance, and we are celebrating the Buddha Poornima in a grand scale, where we could connect to the maximum number of people and participate in prayers, chantings, and ceremonies being held at different Buddhist holy sites such as Bodh Gaya, Lumbini, Saranath, Kushinagar, Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka, Shwedagon Pagoda in Myanmar, and many other places, spiritual centers, monasteries, nunneries, and institutes around the world. We had also an opportunity to listen to invaluable messages, speeches, and Dhamma talks from eminent personalities and Supreme Sangha members, venerable monks, nuns, and honorable lay practitioners from around the globe. We also had the opportunity to witness the presentations by many renowned artists who presented and performed on the theme of Dhamma and righteous life on this virtual Vesak Day celebration. We had live streamed all the chantings, prayers, ceremonies, pujas, meditation practices conducted at different centers, viharas, monasteries, nunneries, holy sites, starting from the morning 6:30 through Facebook, IBC apps, Instagram, YouTube, Mandala app, and many other online channels. On behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, IBC, and the peace-loving global Buddhist community, may I take this opportunity to express my gratitude and thanks to Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, for his valuable address and continuous support to IBC and to create a peaceful world. Shri Prahlad Patel ji, Honorable Union Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, for his best wishes. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, for His Holiness compassionate message to the world, not only to Buddhist world, but to the world at large. Shri Kiren Rijiju ji, Honorable Union Minister of Minority Affairs, Youth Affairs and Sports, for his enlightening address. The President of Mongolia, for his best wishes. May I also take this occasion to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to all senior members of Supreme Sangha, venerable monks, nuns, lay practitioners from Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Australia, Singapore, Mongolia, South Korea, Taiwan, Russia, Nepal, Bhutan, Africa, Europe, America, and India, and from many other countries who have immensely contributed to make this virtual Buddha Poornima celebration meaningful, blissful, enjoyable, and a grand success. I would also like to accord my special thanks and high appreciation for the kind cooperation and support to Mahabodhi Temple Management Committee, Bodh Gaya, Bihar, India, Lumbini Development Committee and Maya Devi Temple, Sacred Garden Committee, Lumbini, Nepal, Saranath Stupa Management Committee, Saranath, Mahaparinirvana Stupa Management Committee and ASI, Kushinagar, UP, India, led by Venerable Mahendra Thero, Sitigu International Buddhist Academy, Sagai, Myanmar, Holy Ruwanveli Mahaseya, Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka, Rajaguru Sri Subhuti Temple, Vaskadua, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Lotus Communication Network, LCN, Singapore, led by Dr. Kalinga Senaviratne, Dhammadipa Monastic Institute, Tripura, India, Gandhan Tekcheling Monastery, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, the singing nun Anni Chewing Drolma and her group, IMM Music Works and JSJG, Malaysia, Budhiraja Music Group, Sri Lanka, Crystal Bowl Artist Group, BB Nawapam, Thailand, Buddhist Singing Group from Singapore, led by Kang Ki, artist groups from Taiwan, led by Dr. Christine Chang and Frank Tien, artist group from Myanmar, artist group from Sri Lanka, artist group from Malaysia, led by Datuk Seri, Dr. Victor V and Amy Oi, artist group from Kolkata, India, led by Madhusri Chaudhary, Atthadeep Group, Ahimsa Trust and Buddha Path, India, led by Dhammacharya Chantum Seth, Swayambhu Stupa, Buddhanath Stupa and Namabuddha Stupa Management Committee, Nepal. There is a long list to whom I need to thank and appreciate, but it will take a very long time. So I take the liberty to mention only few of them. I would like to thank and express my gratitude and high appreciation to Most Venerable Kutugoda Dhammavasa Mahanayaka Thero, Supreme Patriarch of Sri Amarapura Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka, Most Venerable Sidigu Sayadaw Dr. Ashinyanisara, Myanmar, His Holiness Thich Tree Quang the Supreme Patriarch of Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam, His Holiness Samdek Priya Agga Maha Sangha Rajadipati Tep Wong, the great Supreme Patriarch of Cambodia, His Eminence Venerable Wong Heng, the 36th President of Sogi Order of Korean Buddhism, South Korea, His Eminence Khambu Lama Gobju Dembarel Choi Jams, Supreme Head Gandan Tencheling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhist Mongolia, His Eminence Pandito Khamba Lama Damba Ayushev, Supreme Head of Russian Buddhist Russia, Most Venerable Varaka Goda Yana Ratana Mahanayaka Thero, Mahanayaka of Asgiriya chapter, Siam Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka, His Eminence the 7th Shechen Rabjam Rinpoche, throne holder of Shechen lineage of Nyingma tradition and head Shechen Monastery, Nepal, His Eminence the 7th Kyabji Yogzin Ling Rinpoche, India, His Eminence the 4th Choktrul Jangkhang Rinpoche, Chief Abbot, Palyul Namdroling Monastery, Karnataka, India, Most Venerable Jetsuma Tenzing Palmo, Abbess, Dangyo Gatsal Lin Monanari, Himachal Pradesh, India, Most Venerable Bhikkhuni Dhammananda, Abbess, Sangha Dhamma Kalyani Monastery, Thailand, Venerable Ani Chwing Rolma, Nepal, UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, Most Venerable Arya Wangso, Abbot, Buddha Pujari Punchai, Forest Monastery, Thailand, Most Venerable Bhante Bisri Sarnankara Naika Mahathero, Chief Judicial Monk of Malaysia, Central Temple, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Venerable Bhikkhu Dhammapala, Malaysia, Sri Nangzen Dorji, Member Secretary, Mahabodhi Temple Management Committee, Bodh Gaya, Bihar, and of course our MC of this virtual Vesak Buddha Poornima celebration 2020, Ms. Sadhana Srivastava. High appreciation and thanks also goes to our IBC team at IBC Secretariat, DG Sahib, Shri Malay Sinha ji, Ashok Wangdi ji, Govind Khampa ji, Amos, Sandeep, Uchitra Madam ji, Saurav, Vishal and Rahul. We also have very important IBC team members who supported from their country from the inception of this concept of virtual Vesak Day celebration. Mr. Lai Ki from Malaysia and Dr. Dhamendra Porage from Sri Lanka. Here, I would like to request everyone to join hands, come together and practice the 4 sublime states of a noble person, a noble mind, metta, karuna, mudita, upekha, the love, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. which can be practiced and developed, and it can help overcome the kind of suffering, distress, despair, depression, fear, uncertainty that the world is passing through now. Be brave, be mindful, be safe, secure, be happy and peaceful. To live a happy life is different from to be a wealthy and prosperous. So just to be oneself wealthy, prosperous, have big bank balance, we human beings should not destroy the nature, Mother Earth. If we take care of our Mother Earth, the nature, then the nature will in turn help us to live a balanced life, a peaceful life, happy life, and of course, wealthy and abundant life. Bhavatu sabba mangalam rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddha nubhavena sabba dhamma nubhavena sabba sangha nubhavena sada suthe bhavantu te. May all beings be happy and peaceful.
Honorable Venerables, ladies and gentlemen, we now conclude our first session. The second session will begin in 30 minutes from now. It is a webinar on the significance of Vesak from the cultural context. It is a joint broadcast by IBC and Lotus Communications Singapore. Dr. Kalinga Sene Viratne, the Director of Lotus Communications, will be moderating the webinar live from Sydney, Australia. We have a very eminent panel of distinguished guests in this, comprising Dr. Dhammapiya, Secretary General of IBC, Ms. Madhushri from Attadip, Kolkata, Ani Choing Drolma, the singing nun from Nepal, Venerable Mahinda Bhatta Thera from Malaysia, Datuk Shri Dr. Victor Wee from Malaysia, Ms. Imi Ui from Malaysia, Dr. Christy Chan from Taiwan, Brother Frank Tien from Taiwan, the crystal bowl artist Bibi Navapan from Thailand, and Kang Ki from Singapore. Our evening session will begin at 6:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time, where we will bring you live coverage of the evening ceremonies from Bodh Gaya and Sarnath in India, and Bodhnath, Swambhunath, and Namo Buddha Stupa from Nepal. We now conclude this session. We take leave and see you in the next half an hour. Until then, Namaskar.